Well, this should be interesting. I know exactly 2 facts about this game, one of which I can't even tell you because it's actually a spoiler. And the other of which is that this is by Remedy. By what is effectively total coincidence, uh, I've played almost every Remedy game prior to now. There's only 2 exceptions. One is Alan Wake, which is on the list, or the queue, I forget which. And the other's their original game, which they made way back in the day. Back when 3D Realms was still a thing. Back when Apogee was still trying to move units. That was a while ago. So, in general, Remedy games have been enjoyable for me, the ones I've played. In fact, we're playing another Remedy game next, right after. Yeah, Death Rally, that's the one. We're playing another Remedy game right after this, which is, of course, on purpose. But yeah, like I said, there's only one little tidbit I know about this game, and it's not really relevant. I'll bring it up when we get there. We're on headphones. We do want subtitles. Everything is in English. I'm getting a random message from my phone. I guess that's it.
Fair warning. This is gonna be weirder than usual. Can't be helped. You called me. So here I am.
I do not, Ventures, no.
I know I shut you out sometimes. I'm always glad to hear from you. It's just that I get my hopes up. So many times it's led to nothing. I found nothing. It's like we live in a room, and there's a poster on the wall. We stare at it and we think that's the whole world. The room and the poster. The picture's something nice. A landscape, a famous person. Like in that movie, what is it called? The prison movie. The room's a cell, and the picture, it's different for each of us. It can be beautiful or terrible, but we're all transfixed. But it's all a lie. Something to distract us from the truth. They're lying to us. We're lying to ourselves. The room's not the world. The world is much bigger and much stranger. There's a hole hidden behind that poster that leads to the real world. We all feel safe in that room. But sometimes something crawls out from behind the poster. And the ones that see it happen freak out and try to forget what they saw. I'm here. Why did you bring me here?
I should probably mention, and we'll probably turn this off at a certain point,
Hello?
I am playing with the graphics absolutely cranked because I'm playing on the nuclear submarine, and in fact, this run was supposed to happen before the changeover to the new computer. It got pushed back specifically so we could play this game on the nuclear submarine and crank everything up. If you're wondering what those stutters were. The reason this is relevant is because this is the new Crisis when it comes to judging games. Now, in the off chance you don't know what that means, you probably know the generic idea. Crisis is super hard to run, but the problem with Crisis is that it was extremely unoptimized. It was a pile of spaghetti code that somehow worked. That was why that meme actually got started, was because Crisis ran like crap. Control is not particularly well optimized. It certainly uses a lot of high-end graphics capacity and indeed most of the latest ray tracing stuff, but it's not very well optimized, so we'll see how well it runs. Now, I got some donations in the middle of the cutscene, so we're going to give that one to probably the same thing you always put it towards, so thank you very much, Jesse Ward. As always, I will put that towards the usual. Also got a sub from Command & Conquer and Conquer 2, which is going towards I have no idea what, but thank you very much, as always, Command & Conquer 2. And I know I got a donation from Wraith in the middle of that, so give me a second to pull that up. I mean, you get the point, though, right, Von Falkenstein? Whether it's relevant then or now, is the point is it was actually the lack of optimization, not the quality of the graphics. Because in general parlance, no, that's right. In general parlance, the presumption grew that the reason Crysis was so hard to run was because it was so gorgeous and so beautiful, and that's not the case. That's from Wraith for Resident Evil 8. Thank you, Wraith, very much, as always. I always appreciate your support. Thank you very, very much. I put that down for Resident Evil 8. And Command & Conquer 2 is putting it towards AC Valhalla. Okay, we're caught up. Whoosh, all right.
Here?
Well, it looks pretty smooth. Like I said, I have everything cranked, including ray tracing, of course. We'll probably turn that down at some point, like I said. Reminder, things that are not allowed in here. Unauthorized weapons, pagers, laptops, smartwatches, smartphones, smart gaming devices, anything smart. Number 2, pencils, any objects considered iconic representations of an archetypal concept, such as rubber ducks or ketchup bottles. What? No, Poindexter, I've decided not to read anything. Just because you asked me right now. Contrarianism engaged. Internal lockdown effect, building lockdown in effect, multiple containment breaches detected, multiple building shifts detected, head of research overdrive, HRA protocol activated. Oh, that's always nice. Listen, Venters, just because I was blonde. So which one of these is Max Payne? Oh, there's the janitor. I know about the janitor, actually. So I guess there's our bureau at work. So I guess there's two things I know about this game. Is this him? Can't quite tell. It's been too long since I played Max Payne. Oh. Oh, right. We do have copyright music mode on, so if anybody's wondering why the music's a bit different,
Bureau of Control.
that would be why.
All these years I've been looking for them, and they were hiding in plain sight.
Let's see, we've got... They have pistachios in their freaking vending machine? What kind of nonsense is... This is the weirdest thing I've seen in this entire game. Like, they've got protein bars and pretzels and crackers. That's all fine. But freaking pistachios? Do you know how expensive pistachios are? No. So Max Payne himself, who was played... So, in Max Payne 1, Max Payne was played by the director and lead producer of the company. He's been in every game they've done since. Every single game that Remedy has put out. Usually as a cameo. Like, he was in Quantum Break during, like, the little live thing. In Max Payne 2, he was, like, in the little commercials. They had the little live-action TV in Max Payne 2, which we'll be showing off in a couple days. And yeah, Sam Lake, that's him. And I was trying to figure out if that was him. Because I know he always cameos in these games. So I'm trying to spot the cameo.
Hello? Hey, excuse me.
There you are. You are here about the job. Janitor's assistant. You need to go to the interview. Go that way to the elevator.
Thanks. Elevator that way. Got it.
Very good. I'm Ahti, the janitor, by the way. You'll work for me. You can say I sent you. If they don't hire you, niin Johan helvet. There be work for the axe. Take them behind the sauna, jumalauta.
Sure.
Enough night shift loner jobs to know it makes us come off weird. Ahti the janitor is a friendly face in my book.
Better than somebody with no face at all. Think about it. No face.
But that said, I know what you're thinking. If there's an axe murderer around, that's him.
So another thing the Remedy series is known for, and they've done in every game I've played of theirs, including one I haven't, which is Alan Wake, is they like to take the mundane and do a weird twist on it. Something anime likes to do a lot as well. Here's a completely ordinary office space, but then weird. You know the type. You know the concept. Come on, let's go.
The cell and the poster. I was 11 years old the first time I saw behind the poster. They told me I imagined it. I've been trying to pull it down ever since. Will you help?
Surreality, yeah, that's a good way to put that. The surreal. And they also like to hire the same actors and actresses over and over, which makes sense. If you've got a good working relationship with people who, you know their talents, you know their skills, you tend to hire the same people, right? And I do that, and I'm just do local theater stuff. And by local theater stuff, I mean, you know, the fan dubs, which are theater. It's a good question, Melkor. One of the things I dislike about anime is they tend to do that weird for weird's sake thing when it comes to the surreal shtick. And it gets kind of old. To me. So we'll see what they do with it. I'm trying to have an open mind walking into it. I have liked every game I've played of theirs. It's worth noting. I liked Quantum Break even, and nobody talks about that one.
Did I lose you there for a moment? You know what's on my mind. My baby brother, Dylan. 17 years since the men of this bureau took him.
Yeah. This is the IKEA of the surreal. I know that's not what you meant, but... Of course I don't have clearance because I'm not the director or anything like that. Yet. I'll be the director in a few minutes. Give me a bit. I'm gonna climb up this ladder, you watch.
Shit. Shit. You want me to pick it up? The murder weapon? Really?
Nah. What else we got? Let's see here. Up.
Outside.
There it is. He was smoking.
Coming here a mistake.
That's it. Smoking will kill you. But no, I do need a gun. So.
And there goes the poster.
Objects of power can cause or be results of AWE's altered world events, intrusions upon the perceived reality. Now, the service weapon is, of course, a prime example of an OOP, a very powerful one. Ingrained in the Bureau's DNA, a key component in our prime candidate program. Come out of that Russian roulette a winner and you're it.
Look at this place. Where am I?
So you like jumping puzzles, right? I should mention I've actually seen a speedrun of this game, although it's not really indicative of anything. Because it's basically watching this game without any cutscenes or dialogue, which is exactly as non-helpful for understanding what's going on as you'd probably imagine. It was a glitch percent, yeah. So they went out of bounds a lot, too.
The same gun.
Oh yeah, another thing that's kind of their hallmark, for whatever reason, is live-action cutscenes.
Now I have a gun.
I don't think every game they've done has had live-action, but a lot of them have. You know, in addition to the in-game stuff. Like, the little short we just saw was actually, you know, real people in front of a camera. So we've got the regenerating ammo from Mass Effect. That's interesting. Yeah, as I say, I'm pretty sure Alan Wake has the same thing. Again, the only one I haven't really played, other than Death Rally, which doesn't count. Does not seem to care about headshots, which is interesting. It feels weird. I think there's some aiming assist going on, which is weird because I swore I turned that off. It's a good stagger weapon. Okay, that did a headshot. Yeah. No, it's okay. The gun's ammo feedback belt turns into a infinite symbol loop.
Something's coming. This threat. An attack. Duty as director. Keep the Bureau safe.
Did you hear that? It's the dead man. Right after the pyramid spoke to me, and it was just noise, and I understood every word. And this gun's alive.
And
You know what? I'm happy. Happy to be here.
I mean, the game's pretty upfront about its weirdness.
Down outside.
That's
Is it safe to go?
certainly a thing. Hey, y'all, this game be weird, yo.
You can't let this happen. 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 You can't let this happen.
Bit more of that live action stuff.
You can't let this happen. You stopped it. You. Oh, thank you.
Who are you talking to?
That was horror.
Hey, it actually kept the fact that I shot that guy. That's funny. So these are field research on Hiss entity. Hiss corrupted security guards. Because apparently this is Oblivion. The Bureau has many internal security personnel. The Hiss was quick to take advantage of this fact. The Hiss guards use standard-issue bullpup rifles carried prior to corruption, while armored guards carry pump-action shotguns. They have no observed preternatural abilities, with the exception that certain Hiss guards are protected by shielding of dense Hiss resonance, capable of stopping bullets. Is this shielding a result of prolonged Hiss corruption? Does the Hiss mature in organic hosts over time? More data needed. Did the Hiss target individuals with combat training? Does the Hiss have a level of cognizance? Does it utilize its hosts for tasks they are best suited to? Combat-trained hosts reserved for combat. These are all questions for later, although it is obvious that corrupted individuals retain knowledge of use of their weapons. Refer to file for full report. saw that one. I'm not to be disturbed. Cancel all my plans for the day, for the rest of the week. I can't trust them, Barbara. Not a single one. Service weapon. The object's form is variable. When bound, the object allows para-utilitarians to... This object must only be bound by... You know what? I should emulate a Hat in Time, actually. This object must only be bound by individuals seeking the role of... The object will determine whether is rejected. Sorry, that's the end of this. I didn't see the period. The object will determine whether if rejected, the applicant is terminated. This process is dictated by the although their criteria is unknown. The object was discovered inside the oldest house, in the room that is now used as the director's office. The popular hypothesis, many forms throughout history. Mjolnir, Excalibur, Veranastra, I don't actually know that one. All weapons that of their wielders. If objects of power are the convergence of forces based on collective subconscious, then this may be the original manifestation of that event. If that's the case, see Dr. Darling presentation 11.1 for more details. Listen, Snake, I'm kind of busy. I just need it for a few hours, okay? Hi, Oculus. And hello, Aggressor. Of course I can't access... I mean, I'm the director, but that doesn't mean... I'm sorry, it's an old joke. It's an old joke. The only reason I even know that joke is because of Awkward Zombie. You lie to me! How dare you lie? Live action.
Of power can cause or be results of AWE's altered world.
We already saw this.
Intrusions upon the perceived reality.
We already saw this. You're lying to me. I'm supposed to look at a painting. Very well. I look at this painting. I see a... What am I looking at? The oldest house, discovered August 4th, 1964. It's a really tall office building, which they probably built the... And hey, it's me for some reason. Director Jesse Fadden. Thank you, Aggressor, very much, as always. I will put that towards absolutely nothing, because you didn't say what you want to put it towards. Oh, wow. I just noticed that's your anniversary, so thank you very, very much for a full year of support. You were awesome. I'll put that anniversary sub. Suicide Squad. And then we have one from Chemic, the mad scientist. Thank you, Chemic, as always. Quick, Alan Wake had live action, right? Verify this for me, because it had to have. Like, if it doesn't, it's the only one that doesn't, which would be very weird. Very confused by this. Either way, I will put that towards Alan Wake, which, yeah, duh. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, even Max Payne had the little live-action TV bits, which is, you know, that. Like I said, it's kind of their thing. They like to...
line of communication. Guide us. Reach the hotline.
Interesting way to do that. So I heard you all like paranormal stuff, right?
Dead man. Okay.
Spanish. Lords and Ladies is awesome, and we're gonna watch at least some of it if it's in Max Payne 2, which I actually don't remember. But if it is, we're totally watching some of that. Oh, that's new. I meant to check that. Well, yeah, we'll check in a second. Sorry about this, buddy, but, you know, you're shooting at me, so that's kind of how this works. Dick Justice. Can't forget Dick Justice. Yeah, no, we gotta watch at least some of the TV when we get to Max Payne. Oh my god. That's on me. My grip was weird. I screwed that up completely. I don't have the clearance level to read that. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I mean, I did just start working here like a few minutes ago. And I work for the janitor. I have absolutely no idea, Chemic. I wasn't aware this game had a DLC. So, question mark? Yeah, I think we'll go with that. We'll go with question mark. Yeah, sure. Why not? Wait, why would you do that, Plutonium? I mean, I know Remedy didn't make Max Payne 3, but... Oh yeah, I didn't say thank yous. Sorry. My bad. So, this is a good time to mention that this is one of our oldest games still on book. I know I've said that a few times, but we're still going through the list of games that were funded a bajillion years ago. How many bajillion years ago? Well, I don't know how much anybody donated towards this game. That's how long ago. But I do want to say shoutouts and thank you to the people who did donate. I wrote down their names, if not the numbers. Sildeer, Canada Bangs, Valkorian99, Imperial Waltz, Harriant, Zigmus, Timonash, D. Daniel, Renzada, Codex125, CRZ Mati, M. Rodsky, Gold Tech, Recursive, and the person who put this in the books, Carbon Cry. Thank you, all of you, for keeping this show going several years ago. Yeah, this was funded a while ago. Like I said, we were actually going to play this close to a year ago, actually, at this point. And then, you know, the schedule adjusted because of the computer thing, and then we had other issues, and then Oculus decided to give me more money, and I'm not sure what's going on with that one. Although I do appreciate it, since, you know, I am going to have to pay a lot of money in probably about 5 days here, something like that, towards taxes, because it's tax season for me. But thank you, Oculus, very much. Always. I will put that towards Space Marine 1 and Space Marine 2. Okay. Right, no, I did actually want to check an option while I was here. Make sure... Mouse aim assist is off, so I'm just weird. Might be that I'm not used to the sensitivity. I'm going to leave it there, but... It's a little dark. Why are there so many pictures of me? God. Ugh. I am not photohygienic, okay? So, you okay, buddy? Hey. Hey! I guess he's not okay. Yes. How's it hanging? See, I can't do that. I can't just come up with stuff off the fly like that. I knew it, Oculus. Your evil knows no bounds. Yeah, you could tell some of these games were funded a while ago, because you're not the only person who's switched usernames since then, you know? And so, every now and again I look and I'm like, I think those two are the same person, but whatever. Hang on. No. This is a no floating zone, ma'am. God, nobody respects the rules. Alright, delays caused by house shifts do not count towards overtime. Spinning out of control, yes. Acoustic guitar for sale. Turns out it's pretty hard. If interested, see guy in maintenance. Reminder to all staff, food left in the refrigerator in Containment Break Room 3B has been known to vanish. Plan accordingly. Wash your hands. Your hands can spread the mold. Make sure to wash all fingers, nails, palms, backs, wrists, rinse thoroughly, and dry thing. They've got a book club. Check it out, they got a book club. Hi, Eleazar. Didn't you show up earlier? Did you leave? Speak in moderate volume. No personal calls. No food or drink in the... Hang on a second. Here we go. No food or drink around the bureau documents or in the copy room. No using photocopier for personal objects. Or the 3D printer. Or the bureau stationery. Wear access badge at all times. No discussing confidential projects out loud. Try to finish the coffee... The one to finish the coffee pot makes a new one, sorry. Let's say hi and welcome some of the new people to the oldest house. There's some new recruits. None of which are me. Pneumatic tube checklist. Place your items in the canister. Add foam padding top and bottom if you're sending blood or other specimens in a glass tube. Check that the canister is properly locked. Place the locked canister in the tube. Check the location code for the destination. Punch the code and send the tube. That's very weirdly spaced, but whatever. Your first aiders are, we've got a couple. I'm not going to read all those. Remember, don't bring dogs into the office. Some of us have allergies. Socks and ballerinas, live at the oldest house. Sorry. I can't read the book club one, but they got a book club. Oh, I can't destroy that one. But I can! Oh, that's some interesting destructibleness. That's... huh. Well, the janitor hired me to clean up this place. Clean up I shall. Need to test of this. 3. 2, 3. Same recharge time. Whoa! I didn't do that. That's not me. Thank you, Candyman. As always. I will jot that sucker down. Mortal Kombat 11. Oops. Yeah, I just kind of barely bumped into that desk, and the desk is like, ooh. Oh yeah, right. So hang on. Kemek asked a question. So this is the Ultimate Edition. And apparently it includes something called the Foundation and something called AWE, both of which are installed. If that doesn't answer your question, then we'll figure it out later. Does this answer your question, Plutonia? You know, just give me a second. Just give me a second. I need this. I've worked in this place. I hate open offices. God, what kind of madman, what kind of psychopath actually came up with the idea of an open office workspace? It's terrible. It's bad for everyone. It's bad personally. It's bad professionally. It's harder to concentrate, especially when you have a job where you work on the phone. It's a dumb idea. God. That sounds like one of my bits, but I'm actually angry, because open office is just one of the dumbest goddamn things. I hate open office outlets, and I hate working in an open office, and I've done so several times. Ah! Alright, so. That chair, man. I mean, the reason they do it is because it's cheaper. And you could squeeze more people into a smaller space. That is why they do the open office. In other words, all the dumb reasons. That's true, Loner. It's like, hey, Bob! Bob, get over here! I need the 347 report! Sierra Mike actually brings up a pretty good point. This is a classified high-security bureau with massive open office. Look at this. Look at this. Just a huge desk farm. Anyways, where the hell am I going? This way, apparently. Didn't I come from this way? I swear I can't. Nope. Okay, never mind. I was mistaken where I was on the map. We're cool. We're cool. We're going this way now. Open up. Sorry, I'm practicing my cop career here. Why doesn't it go straight to the thing? Marshall, we checked out the suspected AWE in Duluth. Wasn't anything, just like the house before this. House fire before this, and the malfunctioning clothes dryer before that. My team's getting pretty sick of duds. We need to find a better way to sort the fake AWEs from the real things, or we need to rotate these field agents off for a bit. Anyway, we're en route to Sherman Man's ranch, next one on the list. Let's hope it's a little livelier there. Special Agent Keenum. We apparently already have telekinesis. I thought we didn't have it yet. Not that I know that we have telekinesis or anything. This is exactly loaded. Hang on.
The hissing sound that tried to invade me earlier. The hiss. Burrowing into everything in this place. Is the hiss your enemy? Alright, it's our enemy.
Well, I mean...
Babble's contagious. It burrows in like an infuriating melody that makes you hum it over and over.
I'm trying not to make a joke there. About the song that doesn't end. Why does it not open the collectible? Okay, that's weird. Can you just... Is there an option I'm missing to open the collectible as I pick it up? Because usually games have a thing where you hit a button to open to the collectible you just got, right? How to handle unscheduled visitors entering the lobby. Start with the following. Welcome to the Federal Bureau of Control, established in 1964 as part of an effort to strengthen government relations. We are proud to serve the United States and her people as we strive for transparency and excellence in all aspects of our esteemed nation's infrastructure. If they do not leave, ask them these questions. Are you here to see someone? Are you from New York City or just visiting? How'd you find these places? How'd you find this place? Excuse me. If their answers are sufficiently harmless, explain this is a secure federal office and they need to leave. If their answers seem escort them to a private room. There, perform the Gunnar's psychological assessment. If their responses are within acceptable range of deviancy, see provided court key, then Reminder, there's no such thing as too suspicious. Same stuff. Hello, Act. There we go. Apparently I have to wait a moment in order to pull it up. That's interesting. Urban legends are believed to affect the creation of altered materials, but can also dictate the characteristics of an AWE. Altered world event. It's just barely different. Urban legends are understood as the modern evolution of Jung's archetypes. We recognize certain informed by our own and popularized by our media. We have additionally proven that urban legends can even be artificially in popular culture using our Bureau-made anthology television program. Once the seeds are sown, human imagination exacerbates the details. Certain paranormal phenomena contain clear elements of popularized folklore. AWEs that only occur on a pair of scissors that consume human through two punctures on the These details, living in the minds of so many, have been given strength through belief. So apparently this is the... oh god, what is the name of that setting? The fairy tale world setting, that is a Telltale game about it. One Telltale game about it, because the sequel never actually happened. Wolf Among Us, that's it. Although that's not the name of the setting, but... let's see. Let's jot down some thoughts here. Because it's based on something, as most Telltale titles are. Like the new Star Trek one. Fables, that is it, I think. gotta save more people. Very important. Here come the men in black. Come on. Come on. Oh, it's just... okay. There's built-in cheats, would be my reaction to that gimmick. There is a toggle sprint, which I appreciate, because holding down shift is just kind of irritating for long periods of time. That's why we shoot corpses. Always shoot corpses. More than once, preferably. Yeah, headshots do seem to affect the ranged. Interesting. No dodge. Got it. There's no crouch either. Oh, there's a crouch. Never mind, we found it.
Must cleanse control points. An enemy. Corrupt. Spreading.
Can I help you?
Cleanse the control point. What does that mean? Help
Means
me
jumping
fix it.
puzzles. Okay, fine, whatever. Okay, that's certainly a thing that just happened.
Holy shit! You did it! We did it!
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Are you with us? With the Bureau?
Oh, I'll have one outfit.
Sane?
I can't shoot anymore. Or a melee.
Please, talk to me.
Trying to figure out where you're
We
coming
saw
from.
you deal with the compromised agents.
Yeah, they're turbo dead.
I can't tell you how happy I am to talk to somebody sane.
Feelings mutual. Yeah, I'm Pope, Emily Pope, Dr. Darling's assistant.
My turn. Should I lie?
Jesse Faden. I'm just visiting.
I should have lied.
Oh, shit. You're the new director. Hold on. We're coming out.
Director Faden.
Call me Jesse.
Okay, Jesse. I'm Emily. Look, somehow this hostile force, this...
Hiss?
that works? Somehow the hiss managed to infiltrate the building without any warning.
And just like that, my name for it is official. The hiss. Like the sound of poison gas leaking in.
We're in full lockdown. It seems to have spread everywhere and to everyone not protected by an HRA. And, extraordinarily, you. You are the director, and that makes you special by definition. Trench is no longer the director, obviously. I'm sorry, I'm talking too much. This whole situation is just a lot.
Apparently I cannot alt-tab without freezing the game. Well, that sucks. But I will do so, since I already have done so. Thank you, Nadaz, very much, as always. I will put that towards City Skylines. I'm pretty sure we are high, to be completely blunt.
Trench is dead. Shot.
Ah,
I found his body. And the gun. Do I tell her it looked like a suicide?
the service weapon.
Also, and this can sound crazy, but he keeps appearing to me saying things. It's hard to make out, but he told me to cleanse the control point, push the hiss out. The whole room shifted around.
You did that? And you entered the building when it was already in the lockdown before you became the new director? How?
I'm not ready to tell her about you yet. A janitor let me in.
I love it. This is fucking unbelievable. I can't even... Look, Jesse, I have a million questions, and you probably have a million more.
Like, do you know my brother Dylan? Not yet.
But there's something I need to ask you to do first. If you can cleanse a control point, then you can maybe cure those infected or possessed by the hiss.
Oh, I can cure him.
If that's possible, our options are very different.
Emily Pope. I don't know her, but I like her already. She's the opposite of the faceless agency I've blamed for what happened to me for so long. But I can't trust her yet. Or rather, the Bureau she's a part of. Yes. I can try. I'm speaking for you, of course. We can try it together. Okay.
Yes,
Me?
we can cure
Did
everyone.
it before. Push the hiss out.
But first, we're gonna see if there's any goodies in here. Wait for a second. Control points are locations that the Bureau has identified as being vital junctions of the oldest house. When the appropriate harmonization devices are arranged around the control point in the arrangements, the surrounding area will not experience any unforeseen building shifts. These control points are discovered by detection of an unobstructed ping using the within a 37-foot radius. Numerous researchers have attempted to define control points, calling them nerve junctures or vulnerable spots of the oldest house. The common factor in these theories is that control points are susceptible to external influence, which allows us to stabilize the oldest house and work more confidently inside it. Theoretically, this technology could be extrapolated to stabilize the oldest house as a whole, but testing has found that certain parts of the building refuse to be. I'm glad we just played that, because I have... That's going to be a lot easier way to do redacted, because apparently there's going to be a lot of redacted in the stuff I'm going to be reading over the next couple of days. So apparently there's a form of fast travel, the aka waypoint system. Where's that lady who was dangling? Ah, there she is. Oh, cleanse! Oh, it won't let me shoot her. Well, there's always option B. Just pull this out here. Oh, what?
It didn't work. The hiss has burrowed too deep. Ripping it out rips them apart.
Well, there you go. We shoot a bunch of holes in them, the hiss comes out, and they rip apart. Everything's cool. I don't see an issue here.
We need to make a plan, Jesse.
I can't cleanse them.
I saw. It was worth a shot. Thank you, Director. Jesse.
I'm gonna tell her why I'm here. I'll risk it. Listen. The Bureau was involved in an incident in my hometown, Ordinary, 17 years ago. The Bureau came in and covered the whole thing up. I've been looking for this place for a long time. That's enough.
Sure,
Maybe that's
Loner.
too much already. I can't tell her about Dylan and the rest yet.
The face animation's weird, yeah.
Mentions of an altered world event case dealing with Ordinary. You were at Ground Zero as a child? It was one of the big ones.
Like, look at her face.
Before
Look at her
my time.
mouth.
And very classified. I can try to dig out some old files for you. My boss, Casper Darling, would know, but he's missing. I think he knew this was coming, or suspected. He came up with the HRAs, the Hadron Resonance Amplifiers. I think they're what saved us. Or a few of us. And Director Trench would know.
Trench. The ghost, or whatever he is. He mentioned something called the hotline. Said I should find it.
It's another object of...
Yeah, I was gonna say, the motion capture's been fine. Like, legit. It's just the
between the director and
mouth
the board.
movements have been off.
Maybe he can talk to you more clearly through that. I mean, Trench has years and years of experience. He might know how to destroy the hiss.
Where is the hotline?
It's kept in the communications department through the mailroom. It's part of this sector, so we can access it even with the lockdown in place. We'll get the door open for you.
Okay, that's my next stop.
That's Tomasi's department. He's the head of communications. I don't think he had an HRA. He kind of made a point about not wearing one earlier. Keep an eye out.
They call me the director,
I like that.
but that's not me.
Oh, never mind.
I'm not a director type. I'm not a leader.
No. That's
Why
me.
am I here? I think you already know. Yes, I came for my brother, but there are other reasons too. I said I was looking for answers, but I might never understand them. I'm not looking for proof. This is already it. More than enough. No matter what they told me all those years, I know it's real now. I didn't imagine this. I want to be a part of this world.
Why?
What scares me shitless is that I finally found it. Only to see the hiss destroy it all.
Oh, that's for me. Sorry.
I know that this is all new to you, so don't hesitate to ask me anything you want to know.
Yeah, the first thing I want to know is what this link is that Loner sent earlier.
There are no stupid questions.
Hang on, I got a stupid question.
The hotline should be in the communications department.
Let's see. What's the dumbest question I could think of?
Where did the hiss come from?
I'm not sure. You said the hiss was here when you entered. Did you see anything like that outside before you came in?
No. No, just inside.
The source is internal then. See, the oldest house is a sprawling complex with openings to other places as well. I don't even know where to start looking. But in the context, it's good news. The lockdown holds. The hiss escaping the building would be the end. Pretty shitty world out there if you ask me, but I wouldn't want the hiss to destroy it.
With you on that, Emily.
I mean, we could destroy the world. That's kind of a give or take thing. I don't know. Although, I would miss out on tacos. I don't think the hiss knows how to do tacos.
You mentioned the oldest house. What is it?
This building, the Bureau headquarters, the oldest house, is a shifting place. You've seen it. It transcends its physical limits.
I've been to New York a few times. How didn't I notice this place?
It's an attribute of the building. This is a place of power. The oldest house doesn't like attention, so unless you're purposely trying to find it, you don't, which is perfect for us. The work we do here is essential, but unstable. The Bureau prefers not to be noticed. And we need strong walls to make sure nothing gets out.
So without you, I never would have found the front door. Okay.
I'm glad you liked it, Goofy movie. I was a bit tired while doing it, and I really wanted to cover how good that freaking game was, because holy crap.
This Trench guy. I keep hearing him in my head. Is he a ghost? Haunting me?
I doubt we're talking about a ghost in the traditional sense, but an echo maybe. See, if he was killed by the service weapon, your gun, maybe it's his final thoughts recorded by the bullet in his brain, like a deep space probe sending back data. But that's just a hypothesis on my part. I'd need the gun to research it. But you better hold on to that given the circumstances.
I think I will. Yeah.
Then I'll use it on you. See you around, Jesse Ward.
Can you tell me what an object of power is exactly? This is all, well, new to me.
Don't worry, I love going over the basics. So objects of power are mundane objects that house paranatural energies and have developed a link to the astral plane and can thus be controlled, which is what differentiates them from altered items, which are still housings of paranatural forces, but are more volatile and cannot be bound in the peri-utilitarian sense. Got it?
Did she memorize this? Got it. Thanks. So, HRA stop you from becoming Hiss?
Well, it seems that way. I mean, I hadn't even heard of an HRA until a few weeks ago when Dr. Darling started handing them out. Well, I began analyzing mine as soon as I got it. I mean, each one seems to emit a powerful short-range frequency way beyond anything I've ever seen.
Doesn't the timing seem suspicious?
I thought that too. Dr. Darling usually likes to unveil his latest breakthrough in big presentations. With these, he just passed them out. Yeah, his behavior makes me wonder what exactly he knew.
Thanks, Emily. I'm sure I'll have more questions soon.
Just let me know.
Question 1. I'll stop threatening to kill people, I guess. And go on to actually killing them instead. Yes. Sorry. Let's see, where am I going? First place I'm going is to Merry Christmas Land. Via the Rex... Never pronounce that word. Y train. Thank you, Rex, very much. I do always appreciate, even though I can't pronounce. I've heard that name said, too, because I've played Persona 5. I can't... And that's voice acted, right? And I will put that towards Axiom Verge. I think it's on the list. If that's the one I'm thinking of. It's the Metroidvania, right? Somewhat recent, kind of indie. 1 second. In fact, we have an Axiom Verge 2 now, don't we? If I'm remembering correctly. And thank you, Zach Taft. That was a really fun one to go through. I'm looking forward to reviewing it someday. There's no salvation!
A welcome message.
Sorry, I was just curious. I just got an achievement! That shouldn't be something that gives me an achievement. Damn it, Tomasi. I don't know who you are, but piss off. Apparently I don't have clearance level 1 yet. Oh my god, you know I'm the director now! Ugh, I swear, the bureaucracy at federal agencies. Ugh! Congrats, Pika. Well, that guy... Ati, I got a job for you. Oh, wait, I'm your employee, so you've got a job for me, I guess. Can you shoot through a wall? Yes, you can. And by wall, I mean glass. Good to know. Okay. Agenda items for next executive meeting. Rising cost of AWE response. Update on mold eradication. What's with all the mold issues? Upcoming annual salary review. New supplier of coffee filters to be found and vetted. Oh, that's the source of the mold. Okay. No, I know it is, Sierra Mike. Really, I do. I have several members of my family who have various levels of clearance who have had the inability to do their jobs because the paperwork hasn't updated to the clearance they've had, if you know what I mean. It's fun. Some corpses. It's a shame we can't animate the corpses. That would be useful. Not off the top of my head, Bamber. It's been a really long time since I've read Hitchhiker's Guides. The series, I mean. I've read the whole series, it's been a long time. Well, yeah, you gotta be stylish when you're using telekinesis. If you just do it, you know, no. What makes a real necromancer is presentation. Apparently, I cannot aim for beans today. Look at that! How did that one miss? Why do I suck so badly? Oh, let's wait for a second. There's something I've been wondering about anyways. Whoop, 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 whoop. I will admit, I actually do enjoy, I forget his name's humor style, kind of. But at the same time, I don't enjoy his writing style, if that makes any kind of sense. Like, he's... Raspberry Jam, by the way. That's some hella Raspberry Jam. Yeah, that's exactly what I was testing, Chemic. Yep, no health regen, so that's just that. Wow, that is some Raspberry Jam. That is Call of Duty levels. Oof, that's bad. That's terrible, actually. Let's grab some health pellets here. Yeah, that's probably our first codified point. Like, I've got a lot of points I'm debating right now in the positives category, but that's bad. But yeah, no, Takota is correct. The problem with his writing style is that he writes really, really depressing stuff, but he tries to make it funny. Now, I actually have a theory about that. I actually have a long-standing theory about his rights, because I've actually done an essay on him and his story, and I think he's one of many, many, many comedians. In fact, I would say most comedians, and actually suffers from depression, and his outlet for that was his writing, was his comedy, like it is for most comedians, right? That being said, when he's funny, he's hysterical. Hang on, I'm getting a phone call from Scam Likely. I should pick that up immediately. Lovely ambiance. Just some voice kind of scrambled in the distance saying something. Someone earlier compared this to Twilight Zone. I don't know. This is a little bit more, I don't know. Not quite that vibe. Twilight Zone has a really quiet vibe towards it. This is a lot more loud. And I know those are terrible explanations, terrible adjectives to use, but you know what I mean, right? Like, Twilight Zone has... It's all just kind of really quiet in terms of tone, in terms of presentation, in terms of... Yeah, understated. That's a great way to put the Tokoda. Thank you. Twilight Zone is very understated for the most part. It likes to be nice, and under the table, and simple and normal. This is a lot more, hey, things are weird. Did you know that there's weird things here? Please be aware, due to recent fluctuations in the nearest control point, this area's stability has been downgraded to yellow. A reference chart: green is stable, yellow is low possibility of unanticipated building shifts, orange is high likelihood of unanticipated building shifts, red is frequent unanticipated building shifts. Yeah, Call of Cthulhu is the vibe I keep getting from this game, and you all know how much I love that series. I should probably figure out how saving works, shouldn't I? So, I don't see a save button, so what we're going to do is we're going to go over to Controls. There we go. We're going to look if there's a save button. There's no save button. So I'm going to turn to chat and be like, question mark. Is this Dark Souls? Is that what this is? We actually can change the subtitles. Let's make them a little larger. We can actually turn off the transition overlay. That's interesting. Wow, we actually have a decent number of options here. What do we got? Can we turn off the Raspberry Jam? No, we cannot. Darn. Oh. I'm sorry, what's the question? Oh, I can't stand Call of Cthulhu, Elizar. I spit upon it, patooey. Very, very much not my thing. Well, we'll check out the save thing as soon as we get to our next control point. Because we do need to test something out. With regards there, too. Don't worry, Elizar, I know you probably like it because everyone in the entire universe likes Call of Cthulhu. And that's fine. That's cool. People liking things is cool. Travel costs. Visited the following Nevada accommodations: the Desert Sun Inn, the Big Sky Motel, the Starlight Motel, the In-N-Out, the Aztec Court, the Sleep Bear Motel, the Silver Spurs Ranch, the El Gato Blanco Inn. What? And the A+ Lodge. Accommodations, this much. Meals, this much. Gasoline, this much. Minibar, $300. The boys in research said performing rituals may help identify places of power. Drinking those little whiskeys is my ritual. I do wonder if a motel called the Ocean View is going to be found in a landlocked state, but hey, I guess I'm not paid to think, right? And for the record, I again request that you give us the budget to get 2 rooms each night. Agent Rowley and myself are very tired of sleeping in the same room. See you on the road. That's a good question, Loke. So Lovecraft himself is not something I can acknowledge as being good. So that wouldn't be coffee, for example. It is definitely not my thing. Now, Lovecraftian things, there have been definitely good Lovecraftian works over the years. Stuff that's really well designed or really well crafted, which could absolutely qualify as coffee. But, still not my thing. As we've discussed previously, it's actually come up recently. I had a dream, and I built the thing I saw in my dream. A machine that will contain God. But not the God you know, or the ones anyone knows. A new God. The machine will be his body, his heart, his mind. We'll call him the Antediluvian. I used the motor from the refrigerator, and the coils from my toaster, and the fans, plus the timing belt for my car's engine, and the wheels for my son's skateboard. God can't move yet, but the dream said he would learn how on his own. This is just a beginner's body, like a baby's, but a machine. He just needs a place to start. If you want to interview me, please contact me at the address on the envelope. My phone doesn't work anymore. I had to use the dialing plate on God. So about that cult thing. That's some color contrast, isn't it? Where you are? There you are. There is no salvation. That is true, the Dust Spider. I'm not a fond of things being left up to me, because at that point, what's the frickin' point? Is my mentality. But no, it's more the depressing, hopeless, despairing kind of a thing, which gets to me in ways I don't really have a lot of ways to deal with. Dear Mr. Governor, I called the police, but they never come to my house. I got a problem, and you got to send folk to fix it. I got my wife one of them singing fish on the walls. Not a real fish. It sings when you hit a button, but it's got the devil in it. Flies around at night, sings devil songs. Says a lot of cuss words. Devil got in my house because of the fish, and you got to come handle it. My wife's real upset. When can you come? Sincerely, Dwayne Barr. Okay. So, interestingly enough, even though this is kind of normally what I would call bad lighting, there's actually some legitimately well-designed, good design going into the lighting here. They're using contrast, even though this is effectively a duochromatic situation. The red and the blue helps to accent what you can interact with and what you can't. Even at a glance, you can see, okay, well, I can go this way. There's that thing down there, and there's those people there. And, of course, when we actually encounter an enemy, we have the HUD. Ooh, that's new. Healing thing. Not gonna get any healing things. Of course we are. Hello. Right up into melee. We're gonna die. So we're gonna find out what happens when we die. We're gonna have the hiss. Very important to have the hiss. This is a minute ago. Well, while we're here, there's a save. Well, let's go to the menu since we're here. Okay. That's a negative. I was really worried about that because the way the saving mechanism works. That sucks, but whatever. I should just codify these. These aren't debatable. Boop, boop. Nope. This way. Yep, there we go. The question is, how much of my progress did I just lose?
Message.
Because it looks like all of it is the answer. Well, maybe not. There's no enemies in here, which there were last time. And the items are still looted, so that's good. So maybe we didn't lose progress. That's good, that's good.
Yes, it's overpowering.
So that's a thing.
You don't want me anywhere near it. With you on that.
Cool. These enemies are still dead, because, you know, we did kill them, so that's cool. So it looks like we didn't lose progress. Although now we're low on health when we go into this encounter, so that's fun. That's what triggers that. Okay. So I'm gonna get a little closer. Get some healing items, you know. Alas, it was not to be. Did we get the governors? Yep. I got the report. Ignore that hissed blob over there. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Health, please. Health, please. Thank you. Okay, whatever. Alright, where's that mini boss? Where'd you go, buddy? interesting that both melee and shots actually stun them. Probably a good thing. Why is... Okay, is my chat just straight off... Yeah, my chat is not working at all. That's interesting. It looks like it's updating here. But I haven't seen chat since Crazy Norse was talking about... what's his face? Why do I not have chat? I kind of need chat to stream. Let's just try to reboot the sucker. I've been wondering why nobody's been talking to me. Usually it's just because, you know, everyone's being quiet. But if it goes on for too long, that's when I start to get suspicious. Try to pull chat back up here. Come on. Load. Go, chat, go. Please? Why am I... What the hell? Okay, hang on. I'm going to pull up Discord. Someone say something on Discord if you can even hear me. Do I have internet right now? Am I live? Apparently Twitch is having issues. Good to know. Cool. That's cool. That's, good to know. Whatever. Well, let's just play until it comes back, which is probably going to happen at some point, because that's usually what happens. It's going to save, like you do. Yeah, oh, that makes perfect sense. This is apparently, as the Dust Spider says, this is apparently the Amazon offices that we're playing through right now, and that's why everything's all wonky. The voices haven't gotten quiet. You'd think the voices would get quieter. And there's our fast, well, our... So this is the waypoint system, which isn't the fast travel system, but it's, you know, it is better than nothing, and it is nice to have that, so... Ooh. Still don't have access to that, because of course we don't. There's a lot of these, things around here, aren't there? That's whatever. Okay. Time to practice streaming without an audience. I've done this before.
Communications. We're on the right track.
Where the heck is communications? That way? Whoop, 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 whoop. Don't do that. Don't do that. There we go. Of course, it's right next to here. Oh, there's even an executive sector map. There's, like, where's the blood coming from? Like, nothing, like, the hiss invades unless other people are shooting them. Okay. Huh. Okay. No, that's cool. Thank you for answering my question so promptly. Wait.
Object of power.
Always
Looks like the hiss have latched
make
onto
sure.
it. We need to cleanse it.
Oh. Now we know how to crouch. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's new. Okay. Get some telekinesis going on. We still don't have, like, telekinesis. You notice that? Not that you can answer my question, but... You on the VOD. The VOD dwellers. That's actually sounds like a cool idea for a thing. Like, you can only watch the VOD of something and you have to try and maybe deduce what happened. That just sounds like the Return of the Obra Dinn, doesn't it? Still, that's a great game, so... Hypothetically, that could work. Where do you want me to go? So it looks like I need to go up. But I can't. I missed something over here. Nope. Okay, oh, fine. Here, I'm crouching. Game, crouching. Look at all the crouching I'm doing. Do I just need to shoot it? I mean, that's a valid answer, right? It's just shooting it? Ooh, that hurt. Enjoy some raspberry jam for a minute. So this is what killed him, I guess. Okay. okay. Yeah, I accept that. I couldn't figure out what to do anyway, so I was just gonna bail on it. Use sprint to escape the blast. That implies to me there's no dodge button, which is interesting. Alright. I didn't check in here, though. What's in here?
Just look at it. 8 inches wide and capable of storing a whopping 80 kilobytes.
Oh my goodness.
Stolen by our friends at the CIA, the disk held the launch codes to Soviet nukes. This is not the disk, of course, but one exactly like it. A perfect fusion of concepts vibrating in the Cold War era collective unconscious. A receptacle. It is a receptacle for dangerous energies to hone in on. And they did. We don't have the details, but when things started flying around the disk, it was transferred to us. It's an object of power. OOP. Oops. Oh, and it can launch things telekinetically through the air. To date, we've launched maybe 3 dozen pencils. And once, we even launched a cup.
Whoa! Not as impressive as that sounds, I'm gonna be real. Still.
Communications. We're on the right track.
So we didn't go up last time. So, hang on. We have a couple other mods here. No, we only have 1 slot for mods. What do we got here? We can deconstruct for something, too. I don't know what that is. Yeah, let's go with more health regen for pickup. That seems to be the kind of thing we need right now. The Hiss resonance field is a physical impediment that is difficult to define. Hiss barriers appear as ways to impede escape or access by Bureau personnel. 2 methods have been discovered for lowering them. 1, destroy the multiple concentrated resonance sources found in the vicinity, or 2, destroy the Hiss entities in the area. The resonance field seem to require support for their size and density from other non-connected sources of Hiss resonance. Without the ability to draw from these sources, the barrier will fall. Does an inactive structure made of Hiss resonance qualify as a conscious being? Does the distinction make any difference when considering the Hiss? What does the very act of building walls to prevent our movement tell us about the Hiss? To what degree is it watching and planning? Refer to file for the full report. Compiled by Emily Pope by order of Director Jesse. When did we order this? These are all in our orders. What the hell? There we go. Okay. We're up to date. We're up to date. I mean, it's funny. Time travel doesn't bother me at all, but this is just weird. Yeah, you ordered this. When? How? Why? Ooh, where? I've just got so many questions. Listen, unless I am in total control of everything, we've got a problem here. So there's that guy getting killed by that device again. In pneumatics. Well, it said we could take down stuff near it.
Looks like the Hiss have latched onto it. We need to cleanse it.
But how? I don't even know how to reach it. if I can go up here. I mean, it looks like I can. I just have to go the other way. I don't think that's close enough to make the jump, though. That is nowhere near close enough. Maybe we can go further up? I mean, we don't seem to have a lot of... I've been playing too many platformers lately. I feel like... Oh, god damn it, there's a freaking staircase. Meanwhile, everyone in the VOD's like, there's a staircase behind you, you moron! Look, I got a lot on my mind, alright? I'm terrible and worthless and awful. I wish I was dead. What do you want from me? I mean, that's not true. I wish I was alive. That would be much better, but... Given the absence, what can you do, right? Other than run! Okay, so we're getting pretty close. It's just a bunch of these frickin' tubes that he's launching at us. Can I shoot them? Oh, okay, looks like I need to get up and close. Alright, let's do it. F. It's the frickin'... It's the telekinesis power. Of course it is. I mean, that makes sense. I was wondering when we were going to get it anyways. And we just saw the video about it.
It's harder to hear you when I'm here. It's like the channel's been changed. The board's in charge here. They're pyramids in the bureau seal.
Who the hell's the board?
Are they really the ones pulling the strings? I'm not their director. I'm no one's director.
Well, whatever. So E. Okay. Interesting. And we've got a monobar, which also regens. Kind of figured that. It's that kind of game, right? Looks like it just holds our mana in stasis or whatever while we're holding something. Why are they called... Okay, never mind. I can't, Sierra Mike, but, like, it's not... You notice it's also not working up here, if you can even hear me right now. We'll obviously have Discord up since I just moved that. Let's see if I can do this. Which involves pausing the game. Sorry, VOD watchers. Let's see if this does anything. It probably won't. But you never know. I should refresh that, which it didn't, of course. Okay. Let's do this. Yep, that should completely screw that up, which is good. That's on purpose. There. Well, that refreshed the chat plugin. Let's refresh my view of chat, which I also don't think is going to work, but we're going to go and try it. We'll see if either of these things work, shall we? Floppy disk is mine! I mean...
There you are. You were gone. Cut off. I got it. Just like you wanted, right? This will help me fight the hiss.
Apparently launch does more damage to shields. So that's the phasers of my particular setup here. Okay, everyone just funnel straight towards me, please. Yeah, it does not appear to be loading chat, which is okay. That's okay. You know, it's not like I wanted to talk to you, Baka. Oh, hello. Yeah, no, this is totally Twitch's end. Don't know what. Wow, I cannot aim for beans. What's up with me today? Granted, I haven't played a shooter in a week. I mean, granted, Doom isn't quite, you know, a normal shooter. Doom 64. What was that? What was that? Case files. Floppy disk. Must be contained in a cell with no loose material. This object is an 8-inch diskette containing Soviet-era nuclear launch codes. When bound, the object allows para-utilitarians to telekinetically lift material and throw it a short distance. See the Darling presentation, which we've already watched. The object is currently bound to for research purposes. Stolen from a Soviet military base located in by agents and within the CIA. The diskette contains launch codes to missiles, believed to be reserved for use against After being returned to America, the diskette began throwing computational hardware at members of the decoding team. An informant in the CIA tipped the Bureau off, and it was requisitioned by agents the next day. And then we've got the new enemy we just fought, the Ranger. Rangers are the Bureau's well-trained, well-armed expeditionary force. Their Hiss-corrupted counterparts are equally formidable. Prior to corruption, Rangers were trained to use a variety of weapons in order to face any threat found during the AWE response or threshold exploration, including submachine guns, assault rifles, and automatic shotguns. Hiss Rangers utilize these weapons as well as the advanced tactics taught by Bureau instructors. Some are additionally outfitted with Bureau-made body armor. Hiss Rangers have no observed paranatural abilities, beyond some being protected by shielding of dense Hiss resonance, capable of stopping bullets. Considering the advanced training the Hiss Rangers are capable of applying to their situation, is it feasible to consider the human mind still remains intact to some degree, or is the Hiss capable to tap into this combat training and utilize it? Further observation required. And yeah, I think Canada Bangs is correct. I think the 2002 virus has spread. I do kind of like that outline. That's a good way to immediately see what you can grab. Even in, like, the dark area like this. Like, whoa, I'm being shot by something. Where did you come from? Go away. It's a good way to immediately see what you can grab. And it's on top of the visual layer. So even when effects or whatever are going through, you can see what you can grab. Which is good. Go ahead and hit the shelter. I'm supposed to always hit these shelters. I was told to always hit shelters. There's the book club. I'm not gonna read that one out loud. And we got another undefined. Why do we keep getting those? That's got to be something to do with that later. Whatever. Let's get some ammo. Look, I got to be real. Telekinesis is actually an extremely useful superpower. But most of the real uses for telekinesis are very mundane and kind of boring looking. Useful, extremely utilitarian, but kind of boring. I would totally do stuff like this just to be showy every now and again.
Can be reached through the mailroom.
And some people are like, Lore, just stop screwing around and just cook. Like, I'm cooking, right? And I've got like 3 knives going, and I got this sauce skillet going, and I'm multitasking. And I was like, okay, fine. Fine, whatever. Stop being fancy. Although, actually, now that we have a thing, let's go ahead and increase our energy recovery speed so we can do more of that. Jump! Take this. No reason. And you gotta be like the body motions are totally unnecessary, but you gotta do them, right? It's fun. Like, you ever see Magneto and he's like, "Ugh," he doesn't have to do that. It's just his mind. Is there a way to just calmly put this down? Nope. Okay, cool.
This must open the door.
Well, we have clearance level 1. That's nice. We apparently have 3 of 10 of those. Let's make sure we saved. You know, I never liked this lamp anyway. Oh my gosh, that desk. Oh my god, that desk. I'm not even sure what I should think about the destructophysics. We're gonna write those down though. Destructophysics. For those worried about me being too harsh on this game, don't worry. I'm more positive than not at the moment. I just, as usual, I like to think about my positives before I give them out. I don't like to get caught in the honeymoon period, as I have started calling it, and will continue to do so. Yeah, the problem is I have to do this, Sierra Micah. If you ever see me look down, that's me checking Discord chat. It's not super working. Hang on, what I could do, I actually have a stand here for my Switch. So let's do this. There we go. Now I kind of have the chat kind of below me, so I can just look like that. Come on. Oh, right, but I did want to mention that as well. Visibility of interactables outline question mark. All right, good. Gotta turn on the music. Extremely important. Ammo efficiency. Don't I already have that mod? Make it work. Hell, I learned that years ago. I've worked in troubleshooting. I know it sounds really vague, but by golly, that's how it works. How do we get this working? Well, okay, we've managed to get something working.
You're listening to America Overnight, mystifying the airwaves for more than 29 years. Thank you for staying up with us. Ghosts. We've had many callers over the years tell us of hauntings, voices, and other phantasmagorical phenomena. Today, friend of the show, Dr. Quincy Reagan, tells his story. Quincy, thanks. This is something I experienced recently while staying at the Chili Pines Motel in Macon for last year's Suspicion Con. I was in room 47. The night manager, an avid listener of the program, insisted I take this particular room. Now, the manager explained that years back, the body of a man was discovered under the bed, inside that wooden border that motel beds tend to have. And the body had been there a week, he said. Guests had stayed there, sleeping with the corpse a foot below. They only found the body when housekeepers complained about the smell.
It's gonna smell more sooner than a week. I gotta warn you about that.
Ever since. I happily took the room. I fell asleep pretty quick, checking under the bed first, of course. No ghosts visited me, no chilly spots or flickering lights. But when I woke up, I found myself under the bed. It was dark and stiflingly hot. Luckily, I was able to push the mattress off and crawl out before I suffocated. The night manager was kind enough to find me another room. There you have it, listeners. What we call ghosts take many forms. Quincy was brave enough to tell his story, and I encourage you to keep calling and writing whenever you encounter something strange, something you can't explain. Maybe you're seeing colors that we have no name for. Maybe your toaster is possessed.
Maybe you're watching the latest anime.
When no one else believes you, we do. America Overnight, we'll be right back.
Well, I've seen some strange stuff in anime, I'm just saying. Speaking of which, get a little cleansing going on. There we go. Oh, hello. I wonder if we're ever going to get a different gun, because it kind of feels like we're not. We've got mods, but they don't do much yet, so I don't want to judge those too soon. I should jot down a note to be paying attention to gun mods. Oh, I already did. Of course I did. Once I actually did my job. It's weird. I wonder what happens if I hit one of these people. A thing. Well, that answers that question. Is that just a chunk of the ground? I am so sorry. Yeah, no, I could just pull chunks of the ground out as ammo. That's actually kind of neat. I wonder if that works everywhere, because that means you're not going to run low on ammo, too. I mean, I think you could hypothetically run out of ammo if you... In fact, let's test that. Let's actually sit here. Wait for a moment. Oof. Give it a moment. No, it's like the ground's fixing itself. So it looks like it is straight up infinite ammo, as long as you're on ground. Concrete. By the way, that's one of my favorite superpowers. If I could just talk about that for a second, is concrete superpowers. I know that sounds weird, but they made it work really well. That's Infamous 3, specifically. Whoop, that was on Discord. There we go. It's being weird. There we go. Oh, that's that. Okay. Pay attention, Alberto. This is the last time I'm explaining this. Internal lockdowns are manually triggering events that lock down one or all of the sectors by restricting use of the sector elevator, effectively locking staff in their sectors until the emergency is handled. They can only be lifted via the directorial override in maintenance. Once the director is satisfied, the situation is under control. External lockdowns are a bigger deal. Nothing in or out of the whole building. It's only triggered by a code red containment breach based on some complicated system the security and research slapped together. It can only be lifted once A, the threat has been neutralized, and B, a high clearance individual gives the system the all clear. This process is not the same as the directorial override, so stop saying so in documentation. I know it's confusing as hell. I've told Darling 100 times to change it, but they're adamant it stays the way it is. Honestly, I don't even think they know how to change it at this point. So, just make sure our staff understand how this mess all works, okay? Cool. Marshall. What? Yep, nope, that's lava. Okay, yep, okay, cool. Apparently, that's our mold. Damn it, I'm trying to grab that thing over there. It's not letting me. Alright, whatever. We found the mold. So we're gonna need a gas mask. Oh, hang on. There we go. Gonna need a gas mask. I should name each one of these after a viewer. Welcome to the club. Oh, that's fun. Can get more than one with one shot. Good to know. Nope, we're dead. was this? Oh, right. Thank. Is this the one? The one. We didn't go in here last time. What is that? I don't want that.
Great.
Apparently this is Star Wars now. Okay. And we're dead. Good to know. I do like dying. It's actually one of my favorite things to do in a video game. Alright, so that was that way. Where the hell were we? God, I'm actually turned around now. Where the hell was I? So that's the thing I just did. So it was this way. Where I went? Oh well, this is Canada Banks. We'll call this one Chemic. Here's Malachor. There's Sierra Mike. And a special one for Von Falkenstein. This one will be Mr. Red. And this one will be Twister. So I'm seeing occasional chat. Twitch chat. Not up here, this is still bust, but I can see some of chat over in the chat plugin. My plugin, the thing I use to watch my chat. Like, I can see Loner, I see Twister, I see Chemic, Sierra Mike, Canada Bangs, Von Falkenstein, and Umbral Magnus. It's okay. I saved the best one for Zach Taft. There's Zach Taft. There's Ryokami, who I haven't seen in forever. I'm glad to know you're doing okay, though. Also, did you happen to see your part for the Chapter 3, I believe, is where you had lines in the theater? Hell, have you seen the FF9 stuff in general? Because people have been loving that. Oh, hello. Right on my face. That's cool. There's Pit Kiss. I'm seeing lots of people. Lots of people. They're all shooting at me for some reason. Okay, let's remove. Grab a chunk of I don't care what. This. Remove. This. Get ready for this one. Boop. Back again. A little more tactical this time. Yeah, there's our big boy. Wait, that's not him. Where's the big boy? Where's the big boy? Hi! What? Oh, God! That locks you out of shooting. I was scratching my nose. Take two. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, no, everyone's been doing such a wonderful job for both theaters. I've been blown away by it, in all sincerity. I know my tone sounds bland, but it's because I can't emote what I feel on that one, you know what I mean? It's like, god dang, that's insane how good that is. I don't know if this game is moddable. And here's this. What I do know is that this game sucks. I hate it. I spit on it. Patooey. God damn it. Ah! Last month, our on-site server experienced an intrusion by unauthorized users. After a thorough investigation, it was confirmed that the users only accessed a video file which contained portions of various Dr. Darling presentations. Investigators were able to track the users through their IP addresses. The following are the confirmed identities of these users' names. These individuals are in breach of Bureau Code 91 and placed under surveillance by our external investigation team. Further action pending. Yeah, Twitch has been having very serious issues today, Nero says. Some people couldn't even see the stream earlier. Some people could, but couldn't talk to it. Twitch has been weird. They're fixing it, apparently, since I can now see chat, and people can now talk in chat. The two negatives are for Raspberry Jam and for the single save problem, which is pretty much the usual when it comes to that kind of thing. The Dark Souls problem, as we've discussed many, many, many times. I'm not sure what I think of the difficulty curve yet. The fact that saving and reloading is so smooth helps mitigate it, but I do admit we are very squishy in this game. And the fact that the only way to heal is to kill is interesting. So, it does support a more aggressive playstyle, as I literally just showcased. And I should probably just keep that in mind and stop trying to be cautious and tactical, and just try to bulldoze everything in my way, which is something I'm pretty good at. Yes, Raspberry Jam is a generic term. I didn't come up with it. It comes from the Call of Duty series. It's when you're injured and it looks like someone smears Raspberry Jam on the screen. It's a negative for various reasons, which we've discussed many, 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 many times before. But the long and the short of it is an impediment to enjoying the gameplay, which is the definition of a negative to gameplay. So... it may be a reference to Spaceballs. I'm not sure about that. Because obviously, you know, only one person would give me Raspberry, right? But, it is, like I said, the term, as I am utilizing it, actually comes from Call of Duty. I know, Elizar. Twitch is twitching. Twitch is twitching. Twitch. But yeah, to my knowledge, so you notice this game does the Devil May Cry thing, and if you don't know what that is, the Devil May Cry thing is when you go into an area and, you actually saw this happen earlier. You go into an area and the door behind you locks and there's like a barrier over it. In Devil May Cry, it's nice and obvious. There's like a big demon barrier and you have to, you know, and you're stuck until you move forward. It is a basic mechanic that goes all the way back to the days of beat-em-ups, like Double Dragon. You know, you can't progress. You cannot scroll the screen to the right until you've beaten all the enemies on the screen. And it looks like Control uses that same thing. I want to pick up that couch. No, not that. The couch! Oh my god. Well, that was Savacom over there. I can really whip this thing around. I whip my hair back and forth. Sorry. The controls are actually pretty smooth. Nero's asked what it's like to feel like playing a Jedi, and obviously I've already played Jedi Fallen Order, so I know exactly how it is to play a Jedi. But this is actually pretty legit. I don't feel out of control in either the shooting or the flinging or throwing, and that's good. I shouldn't. I should be able to effectively tell what I'm doing in the middle of a chaotic fight, right? Like I know that sounds strange to say that, but what I mean is, in a game like this, especially one that's leaning so heavily on the visuals, you need to be able to tell what you're doing even when there's all sorts of chaos on screen. And so, you know, we need to have design, which goes into making that possible. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and go fight this guy again.
They can fly now.
There's the barrier I just referenced. And we're already very low on health. Wow! Okay. There's the Raspberry Jam, by the way. Thank you for the illustrative. Let's grab some mail. And give a dumb one-liner. Special delivery! There's a guy. really could use some health, so let's go grab that. There we go. And we're back. Oh my god, I've barely scratched his health, I just noticed. Where's the other dude? There he is. Grab some of that health. Grab. Well, that didn't work out well. Nope, we did it. We're up above the red line. Whoa, hello. Didn't even see you. But I'll take your health. No. I'll take your health, too. We're in New York City, Sabacon, in a more large-scale sense. Alright, where are you, boss? Oh, hello. Oh, that's not cool. Well, okay, that's extremely not cool. Hi, everyone, kind of. I can't even see half the icons in here. In fact, I just noticed I can't see icons, we're dead, on anybody's name. Take 3. Yeah, it looks like chat is barely working. I'm going to go ahead and reboot the chat plugin again here, real quick, see if we can get that coming. So we're going to do this, which is going to wig it out. By design. We're going to do this. Hopefully that'll reboot it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of how squishy we feel. I've already mentioned that, but fighting our first boss is already codified for me that I really do not like how squishy we feel. Looks like it's showing up. Looks like it's showing up, so that's good. And I can even see Zach tapped, and we can't skip this. Why can't we skip this?
They can fly now.
Name a Zelda game or a Metroid game that I've reviewed that only has one save, Arcus. Afraid you cannot type, my Kumano. I stole your thumbs. I mean, we've given that negative to Pokemon, for example. How's this? In fact, Pokemon is actually where we define that. I don't know why I call it the Dark Souls problem. It is, in fact, the Pokemon problem. That's where we codified that negative. We got some jam. Now we got some jam. Oh god, get the health. Melee. Shoot. Get some health. Run. Didn't get enough health. That was hardly any health. Hang on. Did I miss some? Nope, he just did not drop a lot of health. That's cool. Well, it's the Dark Souls problem, Elizar, obviously. Can someone explain the one save problem so I could... Nah, never mind, I'm dead. So, one save slot is problematic for any game, not really giving you power. So, hang on, let's walk us back. So, the one save slot thing is a problem because there's no excuse for it. There is absolutely no excuse other than hardware technical limitations, which we haven't had since the Game Boy, the original Game Boy. And that's the only system where I will entertain that on. So... there is no excuse to just force you into a single save slot. Now, if I have to explain why having just one save slot is problematic, then I'm just going to stare at you in disbelief for a minute. Let me use a parallel for you. There's a DS game. It's called Dragon Quest IX. It's a very good game, and we will guaranteed give that game a negative for the one save slot problem. I and a friend of mine have both bought multiple copies of that game so we could play through it again, so we didn't have to erase our 100% got everything save, because that's the only way to play the game again, because there's only one save slot. I did... Duh! You know, I don't know how else to explain that, I'm sorry. I don't know what else to add for that. So having only one save slot is unacceptable. Now, the Dark Souls system is slightly different. The Dark Souls system is effectively forced Iron Man mode. Yes, I think it would in Oceans, but we debate that. That's true. I don't know why I'd ever want to replay a game. I don't know what's wrong with me. Blah. Anyways, so... You know, I've seen speedrunners die to this guy. The Dark Souls problem, so the problem with that is you don't really have a limit. I don't think this game gets the Dark Souls negative, but the Dark Souls problem is forced Iron Man mode. You don't have control over your saving or over your loading. You can only ever just move through the game and then load the game when it happens, right? Now, the significance of that, the relevance of that, is if anything goes wrong, you're screwed. Now, we've actually demonstrated this on camera multiple times with multiple games. So let's say there's a bug. Let's say there's an issue. Let's say there's if the save gets corrupted, or if you end up losing out on something, or if you pick something by accident, or if you pick something to see what it is and you want to see the other thing, tough. The only way to fix that is to start the entire game all the way over from the beginning. So these are two separate problems, and I should be more clear about my terminology. There's the Pokemon problem, which is the one save slot, and there's the Dark Souls problem, which is the forced Iron Man mode. Both of these are negatives pretty much every time they show up. Now, I say pretty much because several people have brought up Undertale. If we ever review Undertale, we'll discuss it there. I don't think it's on the list right now, so who knows. But I don't know why they would do that here. Now, this, it's worth noting, does not actually have the Dark Souls problem, and the reason why is because I can go to this and actually hit the save button like that. And I can also, you know, just exit out and load and whatever. So it doesn't have the Dark Souls issue of having no power whatsoever over your save. I think. I'm kind of speculating based on reverse engineering here. Now, that's a good question, Hazardous. Again, I don't know. It's not even on the list. Don't ask me. You asked me to review a game that's not on the list. What do you want from me? Now, someone in chat said something. Hang on, I gotta scroll up because it's actually scrolled off at this point. I don't want to ignore the question. Arcus says they only have one save for the entire playthrough. So I hope the way I just described the single save slot problem explains why that's not an issue. If I have, you know, if I want to replay the game, or if I have a desire to have another save or do a different type of playthrough, I have other saves. In Zelda, in Metroid, in a bajillion other games, I have multiple saves. Going back to Zelda 1, I have multiple save slots, so that's not really an issue, and that's not really a negative. Make sense? Now, if they did only have one save slot, looking at you, every Pokemon game ever, then that is a negative. And we've given that negative to every single Pokemon game we reviewed, and we'll continue to give them in every Pokemon game going forwards. Also true, Chemic. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure if this game qualifies for the Dark Souls negative, which is why I was getting confused earlier. It definitely qualifies for the Pokemon negative. Not sure if it has the Dark Souls problem. I need to experiment more, or maybe someone who knows more about the game can explain that to me and elucidate thereupon. I really wish I didn't have to watch this each time.
They can fly now. Right.
Listen, I've seen Rise of Skywalker, or whatever it is. I've seen the new Star Wars, I got it. Yeah, Doom Eternal did have that issue, and I'm not really sure why. Like, it's extremely easy and old school tech to... God, that hurts. To code in a... You've seen this before. skip next time. Like, an enormous number of games, going back decades, have the "you've seen the boss intro, you don't need to see it again" flag, or whatever the hell it is. It is not a hard thing to keep track of. Ooh, that's not good. Where's some guards? I don't see any guards yet, which is kind of worrying. Guards down here. No. Okay, now I can really use some guards. Or I can just die. Hey, Roxy. Did your internet go down too? Everything went down, apparently. Oh, hello. Oh, please. That's it? Jesus Christ. That'll do. Yeah, but the headshots drop him out there in the big open area. Like, I've noticed before that they're popping off of him, but I ain't going out there. He hits me for over half my health per shot. I can't aim today. Jesus Christ.
I have a feeling he'll be back. Let's stay focused. The hotline should be past the mailroom.
I mean, but you're right, though, Sierra Mike. I was headshotting him, and he was popping off health things. But you're right. I should probably be focusing on that for the guards, too. Well, speaking of which, let's go save. That's true, Spartan. You're right. Dark Souls is very good about the "you've already fought this boss" flag. I don't know what to call it, because it just feels like it would be a flag, right? Good morning, Dalton James. Yeah, Twitch has been twitchy today, sorry. Not that I can do anything about it, but I still feel bad. A rumination on a game with really bad frames per second? I don't think so. Most games that have really bad frames per second, I quit. Because that will quite literally make me nauseous. No joke, no exaggeration, no lie. I will go, ugh. Like, we started streaming a certain game, which has apparently been patched since then. It was like an underwater submarine game, I want to say. I don't remember the name of it, forgive me. But it was so bad in its frames per second, I quit it inside of 10 minutes. That was nauseating. That wouldn't surprise me, Dalton James, given... I've never played GTA San Andreas on the PS2. I played it on the GameCube, which... oh, wait, no. Was that the GameCube? No, that wasn't the GameCube. That was the PC version, isn't it? Either way, no, is the answer to your question. But then again, I also didn't have nausea from playing Ocarina of Time on the N64, which is like... worst frame rate. Event summary in Butte. A spate of disappearances was traced to the home city of Butte, where Bureau agents discovered a translocative light switch cord. Bureau agents arrived at the home of a local celebrity located at... No, not Subnautica. That's not it. I had no issues with Subnautica. That's a brilliant game, and I look forward to re-reviewing it someday. Which had been connected to a total of disappearances in the area. Agents found no one inside. While searching a closet, an agent pulled the light switch cord and disappeared from view. Another agent was selected to pull the cord in order to replicate the event. He disappeared as well. Both agents were discovered at the oldest house days later. found in the sealed room by rangers exploring a new area of the house. The light switch cord in Butte's home's closets disappeared during this incident. That was 1992, consequently. September of 1992.
Alberto Tomasi, head of comms.
Got some blood on it.
The hiss got him.
All right, take this down. The situation in Cuba has been evaluated by the relevant
I have to stand
authorities.
next to it.
The mysterious illness affecting the staff at the U.S. Embassy in Havana was caused by sonic weaponry in the hands of a foreign power. Numerous personnel have damage to the inner ear, but most are expected to make a full recovery. Of course, the event also damaged their cellular walls, but we can't blame that on some stupid noise gun. Thank God no local doctors examined them first. Honestly, what are the odds an altered item will show up inside a U.S. embassy? Talk about good luck, huh? So much easier to... Hey, are you still recording this?
Nice guy. Hey, crocodiles. What's going on? So... Yeah, what we usually put this under is, like, the codex kind of positive, right, Sierra Mike? I'm not sure that's really explorative. I'll think about that. But there's definitely a lot of the Bioshock Plus, let's just call it what it is, right? Or the System Shock Plus, little audio logs, visual logs, codex things, lore tidbits, world-building background tidbits. That's very likely to be a positive. We'll call this... I mean, that doesn't surprise me, Plutonia, considering how SCP-inspired this entire game is. Like, haven't they just openly admitted that? Even if they didn't, it doesn't matter. This game is totally inspired by SCP. But I feel like they've actually openly admitted that, too. So we'll jot down... How do we want to call this? Audio, visual, reading, lore. We'll call it that for right now. We'll just see if it's let it sit there. Gotta love that Cthulhu-esque world. Yeah, this is not a... As with many settings we cover on this show, this is not a setting I would want to live in.
Hotline can't be far now.
Ooh, thank you. Where are we at on this? What have we got now? Energy recovery speed, launch cost, health, launch energy cost again. We'll stick with speed for right now. I mean, you say that, Chemic, but if I lived in this world, I would be dead. By suicide. Come on. Hello, Baron. According to their testimony, the agents have been transported from the Butte home to a roadside motel named the Ocean View Motel and Casino and discovered a room key by performing a ritual, see MOT-01. The key opened a door marked with an inverted black pyramid, which they only learned after a lengthy period of trial and error. After pulling another motel cord found inside the room, they were transported to the oldest house. The disappearances of the home's owner and the other locals of Butte have been attributed to the light switch cord. The Ocean View Motel is now known to have many doors and pathways. Since the occurrence, identical light switch cords to the one found in the Butte home have begun appearing throughout the oldest house. As of the time of writing, light cords have been found in the oldest house, located in sectors. These all access the Ocean View Motel, though how exactly this link operates is but initial hypotheses center on the Butte AWE as
All right.
Yeah, I already heard that one. I will admit, I never actually got into SCP. Like, a friend of mine got into it when it got started, way back. And I was just like, okay. And that was about the end of that for me. Hiss elevated agents display similar abilities to telekinetic competencies observed in Bureau That's such a hard word to say for some reason. Para-utilitarians. Some prefer to charge at their targets, while others launch objects at them. Telekinetic attacks have been ineffective against Hiss elevated due to their own talent in the area. They do not use any weaponry except their own paranatural abilities. Some Hiss elevated have been seen levitating while strapped into chairs, likely the result of individuals being corrupted while undergoing cognitive recording in parapsychology. How are they able to use their paranatural abilities? Is it possible these individuals were bound to objects of power prior to corruption? It is also worth noting that the Hiss residents can identify and express latent paranatural ability in the individuals it corrupts. Let me in. Really? Okay. Hotline security log. All visitors must check in. Director Trench, Bill Everett, Director Trench, Director Trench, Bill Everett, Director Trench, Bill Everett, Director Trench. Carol Bishop. Time to go speak with Carol Bishop. Would you stop ringing? God, I'm coming.
The Ocean View Motel and Casino. Dream logic. The light switch cord. Door marked with the Black Pyramid.
Notice, Ocean View Motel and Casino entry point. Catalyst, light switch. Law of 3 applies. Instantly die. Interesting. Yeah. I don't see a problem here, Sierra Mike. I told you there's only one way out of this setting. Wee thud.
Been here before? No. I've stayed at a lot of roadside motels across the country, on the road, on the run, under the radar. This feels like all of them, like something recognized from a dream.
I mean, it's a Cthulhu-esque setting, Sierra Mike, so that tracks. That's really the problem with those settings, is there's no hope and no escape, and that's the problem. That's why I don't like them. Being completely 100% powerless is not a state I particularly enjoy. Can I play the with me? I don't know what you're saying, Elizar. Oh, there you go. Can you play? Gotcha. No, you cannot. Gotcha, Elizar. Sorry. It took me a moment to realize what you were saying. But no, the answer is no, I'm afraid. The schedule is entirely too busy. Well...
key has a black pyramid on it.
Okay. No. Can't even interact with that anymore. interesting way to label your doors. I don't know, Eleazar. I'm not a big monster person. I can't even think of one right now. Wait! My favorite monster is Cookie Monster. Okay, so that... Alright. Yep, nope, can't interact with that. Alright. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Cookies! Me like to have cookies. Cookies are a sometimes food. As in, sometimes you need a few moments to open a new bag of cookies. Yeah, but it's opening a different door each time, Kevin. Okay. I guess that's whatever. It was the third door. Okay. Listen, I'm not going to admit to anything, but I totally have a thing of unopened Oreos sitting in my kitchen right now. It could be mine. It could be all mine. What the hell ass balls? Okay. Duh. So what's the experience that it hasn't signified yet? Also, we all know Cookie Monster would beat Cthulhu. That's easy. I mean, honestly, Cookie Monster and Kirby would get along pretty well, I think, so... That's an easy one. The winner is friendship.
It is a phone. It's an object of power. It doesn't connect to any typical network. A direct line to the astral plane and the board. And my hypothesis is, under the right conditions, to other planes of existence as well.
Let's close Discord now.
A director needs a team. My management team. These people know the secrets of the Bureau as well as I do. Some even better. Darling, Tomasi, Salvador, Marshall. Marshall especially, my head of operations. She sees right through me. She knows I don't like relying on people. The only person you should fail is yourself. But things change when you become director.
have it. The hotline. I can reach Trench. Well, listen to him. He feels more like an echo. An
He's
echo
dead.
with important info. I need to get back to Emily. People react strongly when I tell them about you. Is it too soon to tell Emily?
Yes.
She might be able to help.
Yeah, no, it looks like I just unlocked like 5 or 6. I was waiting for her to finish talking, Gimmick. Also, Cthulhu would beat Godzilla, or Godzilla would beat Cthulhu, depending. Object is a 1960s-era red backlight telephone. The rotary dial has been replaced with a black knob of unknown purposes. The phone weighs, ugh. The object allows the director to communicate with the, ugh. If used by anyone other than the director, the object will cause lethal, ugh. The object is currently bound to Director Trench. The object spontaneously manifested in the director's office, placed on the desk. Director Northmore was the first known Bureau agent to use it. A battery of tests were run on the object, including ugh and ugh, but its origin remains unknown. That's that thing, which we just saw.
It took us a long time to learn how to stabilize the control points, the ley lines, the meridians of the oldest house. Darling found a way to soothe this beast. We discovered we must cleanse control points of all interference. It's my duty as the director, like Northmore before me. I couldn't manage it in my own house, at my home. I'll damn well do it here. Without the control points, the oldest house would swallow us alive. We'd be sealed inside an endless labyrinth, and no one would hear our screams. If an enemy ever managed to corrupt the control points, it'd be over fast, spreading like a cancer, leaping over the fire breaks like a crown of fire. They are the weak point. Darling's right about that. He's wrong about everything else. Dangerously wrong. Suspiciously wrong. Has he been compromised?
No. I mean, obviously this one, Venters. XCOM at least knows what they're doing and succeeds, as I have demonstrated on camera.
I can hear the hotline ringing in my dreams, constantly ringing. Ringing so loud I can't hear the voice I'm straining to understand. Why don't I pick up? It's a secure line of communication with the board. They would tell me what I need to know. Do I fear their answers? Would they have warned me of this threat? I didn't see it coming. The traitor in our midst. A conspiracy plotted right behind me. I can't trust anyone. I must assume all my intel has been manipulated. The hotline is the only channel I can trust. Bind it, control it. The rule and the ritual with objects of power. It can't be tampered with. The lifeline to the astral plane and the board. I must seek guidance. Soon. I'll rest first. I'm so tired. Always tired now. But I must reach the hotline. I think I'm under attack. An attack of dementia, exhaustion. It's a brain cloud making me forget. The hotline. I must reach the hotline.
Well, that explains everything.
A director needs a team. My management team. These people know the secrets of the Bureau as well as I do. Some even better. They have proven themselves. Darling, Tomasi, Salvador, Marshall. Marshall especially, my head of operations. She sees right through me. She knows I don't like relying on people. The only person you should fail is yourself. So I followed my own orders. Northmore hated my guts for that. But things change when you become director. You suddenly see this dark void for the horror show it truly is, filled with screaming fear we pretend to control. Sand leaks through my fingers. The roses I pruned in the garden back when I still had a family, all dead. Heat escapes my body. My thoughts are scattered. The universe keeps expanding. I can't keep up with it alone. When I forget that, things go wrong. And my team has to pick up the pieces. Damage control. To help me get out of my mess. The Ocean View Motel and Casino is a familiar friend to me. I stayed in countless motels like it while investigating AWEs across the country, back in my field agent days. Those roadside motels all bleed together like a dream. Same and not the same. Anywhere and nowhere. The Ocean View operates on dream logic, and the light switch cord leaks out to be found in the most unexpected places, and sometimes successfully encouraged to appear and act as a convenient lock to keep out those not trained in dreamscape navigation. Even Bureau veterans can only find one key in the motel. The key that opens the door marked with the inverted black pyramid. The rest, the many other doors, are still mysteries to us. We're all merely guests there. Even the board. Sometimes I need to visit, just to breathe easier for a while. It beats the numb, sterile apartment I spend my nights in, insulated from everything but myself. I guess that's where the whiskey comes in. Something's coming. The whispers growing louder. The worst winter storm in Bureau history. A retribution for my sins. Our sins. This threat could destroy the Bureau, everything I've built. Destroy me. A web spun, turning this place against me. I catch glimpses of it in the corner of my eye. It's just out of reach. Elusive. It's clever. A perverse game of hide and seek. Is this part of an attack? Obfuscating the facts? Dimming my eyes? It's hard to tell. I need answers. I haven't heard back from Darling. I fear for my friend, my closest ally. I think we made a terrible mistake all those years ago. That thing he studies is putting us all in danger. It's my duty as director to keep the Bureau safe. It'll be difficult. What's done can't be undone. There's no easy fix. Magical thinking is a requirement for survival. Pain and suffering are mandatory. To change things, you have to break yourself. I don't know if I have the strength. I'm old and weak. I'm afraid. I can see my hands trembling. I'm losing control.
Oh, that sucks, our Spruce. I'm sorry. Where the hell was I? God, That took a few minutes. Okay, on a ramp. Yeah, this way. This works. What? This is not where I expected to be. That's okay. That's okay. This works out. Where did the body go? To all executive staff, I know there is some concern regarding our operations exceeding the annual budget, so as long as we operate within the Olded House, we are obscured from scrutiny in many respects. If our budget demands are not exorbitant to the point of drawing attention, they will be granted by the U.S. Treasury without question. The FBC is just another line in another spreadsheet that some lowly accountant won't even notice. Their eyes will skip over us as if we weren't even there. The nature of the Oldest House allows us certain freedoms in how we operate. Our being here is no accident. I'm super not going to comment on that. Yeah, that's still good. It's 4. Oh god, it's... Oh, okay. I don't have to shoot him. It's cool. It's cool. Yeah, your guess is as good as mine, Ross.
Jesse, did you get the hotline? I mean, how is it out there? The comms? The hiss? Sorry. You made it. I'm glad.
Emily? Let's talk. I got the hotline. I can make out what Trench is saying now.
Incredible. What did he say?
He talked about his management team. People who knew the Bureau's secrets. Your boss, Darling. Tomasi, but he's gone. He's gone. Salvador?
He's the head of security.
And Marshall?
Helen Marshall is head of operations. She's tough, ex-CIA. She took her Rangers and went to the research sector to secure the HRA production. She hasn't come back.
Someone who could help us. The other sectors. How do I get there?
It's impossible because of the internal lockdown. You can perform a directorial override to lift it, but that can only be done in the maintenance sector. Normally, you take the sector elevator down there. It connects all the sectors, but it won't work while the lockdown is in effect.
We already got past one lockdown. Maybe I can find a way.
Jesse, look, with no prep, no training, in this
Okay, I got a gun.
extreme situation, you are doing phenomenally well. And all that and the hiss can't seem to affect you. I mean, I would love to run some tests on you. If you agree, that is. We could find out something that would help us.
Tests? I don't know. She might find out about you. But I wouldn't mind understanding more myself. Okay. If you think it will help.
Great. I'll check the internal documentation for any lockdown bypasses. We need to get these sectors open to locate Darling and Marshall.
And I'll look for a way inside the maintenance sector. The sooner we find one, the sooner I reach this override.
So we found Mako Reactor 2. Okay. Okay, hang on. Let's... Didn't I already see that one? Yeah, here we go. This is probably the one. Hold on, what's that? What's that? I see lore! Analysis of Hiss Threat. Part 1. Initial encounters with the entity known as the Hiss have revealed various behavioral facts. Most notably, the Hiss is able to invade or corrupt control points, altered items, or even humans, radically altering and changing their behavior. Curiously, any person wearing one of the wearable HRA devices that Dr. Darling has been distributing over the past weeks was not affected by this corruption. The only known exception to this fact is the new director, Jesse Fadden, who possesses... Fadden? Who possesses an inherent immunity to the Hiss. This could indicate that she has already been corrupted, but her behavior is so in contrast to that of the other Hiss, I have dismissed this theory. My final observation comes from Miss Fadden herself. She is able to cleanse material and organisms of Hiss corruption. We tested this ability on a Hiss-corrupted entity, but unfortunately the process seems to kill the host. Perhaps the host's physiology becomes reliant on the Hiss? And I'm doing that on accident, by the way. I don't mean to keep calling it Hist. It's an Elder Scrolls thing. And I have no idea, Svatoslav. I don't have any filters on that Twitch doesn't have on by default. So, don't look at me. I got nothing. I don't cuss, but my chat is allowed to cuss as much as you want. Unless you get over the top with it. In which case, ban! Any questions? Jotting down a note for the room. I'm not looking forward to doing a rumination on this game, by the way.
Do you hear that? Someone's singing. Where's it coming from?
I'll go look.
No, this is actually always true. But I just want to say out loud and remind people that I always retain executive right to not do a rumination on a game. Just
I heard that this attacked the power plant. Brings up a lot of new questions.
Okay, so we can do stuff now.
What about the plant attracted them?
This is no. I mean, I'll double check, Svatoslav, but I'm pretty sure my moderation settings are set to non. As in, non-existent. Could someone else say an F word really quick, just to test this? Oh, yep, nope. It is set to level 0. It doesn't get any less 0 than that. That's as far as it goes down. That's as far down as I could turn it. So... I got none. Yeah, I got nothing. Sorry. I don't know what's going on. I'm double checking here. Nope, that's not there. There's apparently something new called suspicious user control. I haven't actually seen this before. Oh, ho, ho, ho! That's actually on. I mean, there's a banned list, which is gargantuan. We have 92 banned users on this channel. That's actually amusing. But no. What do we got here? So let's see. Ah, okay. This is just for ban evasion. That's all that is. That shouldn't actually have any problems. Okay, we're cool. We're cool. So apparently, I got nothing. Yeah, doodads, terrain design, and brickwork. I need to write down brickwork, too. Brickwork is almost assuredly getting a plus, as is graphics fidelity. One way or another, this is a beautiful game. You know, that's actually true, Sabacom. I'll take that. Alright, so we can increase our health, energy, melee damage, launch damage, grenades, and other stuff. So I'll take some advice, if anybody wants to give it, on what I should raise first. Yeah, I know, right, I know. Seeing someone pops in and says, I thought this was a family-friendly channel. Well, no. I have the not for children's flag on YouTube, and I have the for mature audiences flag on Twitch, and I have it there for a freaking reason. Got it. Recommendation. None! I'm out. I'm done. That's it. We're done. Peace. There we go. Although, I should actually do that. That's a good point. Lately, I've been getting into an admittedly bad habit of not doing my stretch breaks. And you're probably thinking, why would you do that, Lore? Well, because I feel bad taking a stretch break. You know, taking away from stream time. You're kidding, right? I'll tell you all in about 2 minutes when I finish my stretch break. I'm going to start trying to go ahead and do the aforementioned stretch break. Let's go ahead and go full mage, energy, and telekinesis. Let's do that for right now.
No use guessing the hiss's motives if we don't even know what kind of energy.
The hell is this? Ah, okay. Well, that requires source. That's what that is. That's what that currency is. I've been wondering that for this entire game. What do we got for mods? We can do all kinds of mods. We can upgrade mods. Excellent.
What do you mean? It has to be a fusion reactor. There's no other way to create that kind of energy output, right?
They're saying Trench was shot dead. The situation's getting worse.
I saw Trench and Darling arguing a couple weeks ago. Trench was furious. You don't think Darling...
Don't be stupid. What would the Bureau's golden child have to gain from killing the boss?
I was gonna say, those look like... Honestly, they look like X of Ys. They look like bonus. Activate them while you're playing the game and get the benefit from it, kind of a deal.
These readings are erratic even for the oldest house. The hiss are tampering with it somehow. Agitating it. Matching frequencies, maybe?
They
Wait.
say the new director can launch objects up to 20 feet.
Bullshit. We've never recorded any distance over 5.
Obviously, you never read the P6 data.
I mean, I will admit, Svatoslav...
Meet me in the maintenance.
Okay. Down to maintenance, then.
Like I said before, the janitor is a friendly face.
And the director's boss, apparently. As it should be.
The maintenance sector is the janitor domain. If I can find Ahti here, he can help me reach the override. Maybe it was you who got me into the oldest house with the lockdown on. Maybe it was Ahti. It felt like he made the elevator appear that took me to Trench's office. Is Ahti guiding me too?
Yeah, full-on urban fantasy, Primarch. I will admit, when I see... I don't want to call it nonsense. So let's just call it, when I see surrealist weird stuff, what tends to happen is my brain just kind of shuts off. It's like, oh, okay, it's noise. And so I just process it as noise. Which makes it hard to analyze, discuss, and, you know, look into, because I'm not really pulling any of it in. All I'm seeing is noise. Does that make sense? This is one of the biggest reasons why I'm not looking forward to the rumination of this game. Because I sincerely doubt I'm going to have anything worth listening to about this one.
In the control room.
Unless I just focus on gameplay, which I can. Although so far the gameplay is nothing to write home about. Not in a bad way necessarily, but just in a it's there kind of a way. That being said, I am rather fond of the telekinesis. I'm out. If weird makes sense later on, then I don't understand what you're asking, for lack of a better way to phrase it. I'd say give me an example, but you kind of can't without spoiling something. So, would be my answer. Now, that being said, the telekinesis stuff is nice, which is funny because as I'm sitting here thinking about it from a design perspective and from a gameplay perspective, it's really basic. But I feel like the game is actually doing a lot of little things to make it work. It really is simple. You point at something, you pull it to you, you throw it away. It's all based on the pointer, right? Pull, push. And yet it works very smoothly. And I think a lot of that is because the game is doing that interpretation thing I briefly mentioned in the hat in time thing. A hat in time rumination. Where it's like, it's not throwing it exactly where it technically should go, it's throwing it where it thinks you want it to go. Like, for example, throwing some... Oh, I actually screwed it up that time. But, you know, earlier when I managed to throw this up the flight of stairs like that, there we go, like that, that probably shouldn't actually work the way I just did it. But the game says, no, we'll go ahead and let it happen that way. Jump that down there. God, yes, Plutonia. I mentioned that during the Hatted Time rumination as well. Good interpretation is awesome. It means more of the game is doing what you want it to do. Bad interpretation is frustrating, because it means the exact opposite. I have streamed almost every Assassin's Creed game at this point, and every single one of them has the bad interpretation issue. No, I want to go up there! Why are you going up there? Correct, Lunareth, that's exactly right. Like, if I do this... So, yeah, that's actually a perfect example. It didn't do exactly what it should do. Instead, it just kind of smashed into that spot, and that was the end of that. And so what it's usually going to be... Yeah, I know, right, Don? Every single time I've seen a fire extinguisher, I've been like, okay, no, it's okay, it's okay. The perfect example, I know I've already shown this off, but to really make this point, the staircase is the perfect example. Anybody who's worked with physics on something like a staircase knows exactly what I'm talking about. So, staircases can either have the physics that they look like, or they don't. They're just a completely... You know, if you look at the collision of the object of the staircase, it's just a straight ramp, right? But of course, whether it's a straight ramp or whether it has those little nudges, which I think this one kind of does, the way that objects can interact with that is going to be a little bit... And so throwing anything or interacting in any way with this kind of a thing pretty much requires interpretation. Otherwise, well, you have weird stuff happening. Now, it looks like this one is acknowledging the stairs, which, again, can cause problems. You get my point. I'm explaining this terribly because I don't know the terminology, so forgive me. But anybody who knows more about coding and programming could probably explain this a lot better than I can. Health while we're here. And some source. Gotta rip some source out of people. Interpretation usually comes in a little bit more when things are a little bit more frenetic. So if you sit there and line up your shot and do a thing, there's a pretty good chance it's going to do exactly what you're saying it's to do. If you do a lot, you know, if you're just kind of mashing the button or trying to go through a section where you're under fire or you're moving around a lot, that's really where interpretation tends to shine or be terrible. Again, the Assassin's Creed example. Okay. I mean, I enjoyed Quantum Break for what it is, but I'll be real. If you asked me to describe the gameplay of Quantum Break right now, it would take me a minute. Because I'd have to think about it. You know what? Actually, I agree with you, Cashel. That is a good direct comparison. Because several of the same force powers are in both games. And interpretation is used in both. If we're being honest, interpretation is used in the overwhelming majority of games nowadays. Because that's just kind of game design, you know? Going back to the PS1 era. Looks like I want to go this way. I was just over there. Alright, whatever. But the point... So, okay, let me put it to this way. This is a great way to explain this. You know how good visual design and good audio design is the stuff you don't notice? It's the exact same thing with interpretation in terms of programming. The best programming of interpretation is the stuff you will never notice. The stuff that you should never notice. And everything just seems like it's working as it should.
What's down that way?
I don't know.
Well done. You got the job. It's place for congratulations. Yippee, saatana. It happened in the last drop. I truly need an assistant.
Funny thing is, I've been a janitor.
Me too.
I'm more at home in that role than as the director. Only Ati here seems to see that.
Yeah, hi, Ati. Look, we need to get the lockdown lifted, otherwise I can't get to the other sectors. Can you help me get to the override?
Yes, easy peasy. It's just around the corner. But first, we need to get you working. Very small, couple of hours job.
Something tells me it's gonna be more than that.
You think there's a dog buried in this? I can tell you are not yesterday's Krause's son. That's why you'll make a great assistant. Very well. I'll hit the facts on the table. Mä kyllä sanon perkele suoraan, että this house has a vermin problem. A bad one. They've already messed up the cooling pumps. And the power generators of a power plant, perkele. And the pensioner inside is starting to feel the band around his head tighten. The situation needs to be fixed before the plant blows up. And we all disappear like a fart in Sahara.
Trying my best to keep up with this. Fix the coolant pumps and the power generators, otherwise the power plant will blow.
But don't you worry. I've left you clear instructions. You'll catch the end of the thread before I go to my vacation. The work's on the task board here. You can do later, when you have time.
Vacation? Right.
Yes, no one's gonna cancel my holiday or seat's gonna rattle. But don't worry at all. You'll take care of it and soon this crisis gonna be last winter's snow. You better go now, so you don't have to run with your head as your third leg. The door in the back leads to the plant.
The door in the back. That's great. Thank you, Ati.
Janitors are like a lot of working class jobs. There's a really big gap between a bad janitor and a good janitor. That being said, a good janitor knows that building inside and out. And probably a lot of stuff they're not supposed to know.
Yep. Burn the trash.
A bad janitor is just doing a 9 to 5.
Burn it all. Burn it into a reindeer, not into a moose.
Well, for example, a good janitor might be able to respond to your internal monologue. And yes, I noticed. No, I'm not completely blind, dumb, stupid, and deaf. I'm full Magnus.
Yes.
Honestly, I tend to agree with that, Hazardous. I am biased, however, because I spent a long time, like...
Okay, so what happens again if that thing blows up?
Well, you see, when something explodes, there's a lot of kinetic... The third longest job I've ever held was as a janitor. So I'm a little bit biased. You know, I spent quite a few years working as one. I'll let you decide whether I was a good or a bad janitor.
Power. Explosion. Too much.
Yeah. Everything's gonna blow up. Got it. So what do I think of the story of this game so far? I guess the easiest answer to that question would be I don't. The current job I am doing is the longest job I have held. That is correct. The second longest would be working as a network engineer. Well, the first thing that happens is this hiss goes everywhere. Now I'm having to catch myself. I keep wanting to call it hissed. Yeah, if you ever need to know about the kind of person I am, the 3 longest jobs I've ever held were a network engineer, a streamer, and a janitor. I think that says everything that needs to be said there. I like janitor work, though. Legitimately. I mean, I have some stories I could tell you. Oh, I have some stories I could tell you. But it was still good work. Come on. An object of power escaped the Panopticon a couple weeks ago, and they want everyone to keep an eye for it. If anyone sees a merry-go-round horse zipping around the sector, alert me immediately. Do not try to contain it on your own, and definitely don't bind it to yourself. Security Chief Simon Arish. Whoop. I actually do have a theory what the hist is. I'm not going to tell you it, because I don't want to be wrong. I hate being wrong. Oh, here we go.
Northmoor was director before me. I never wanted his job. I never wanted power. I purposefully avoided it, didn't trust it, didn't want to rely on it. Northmoor was all about power. A man like an explosion, hungry for authority, for order, for more, until it was too much. I had to find a solution in the end. Contain the situation. Northmoor never liked me, but he went along with it, to his credit. He didn't really have a choice. I suppose at the end of the day, a director's most basic duty is to keep the lights on. Here's to you, Northmoor. There were no prime candidates waiting in the wings, but I was there. Had been the whole time, keeping my head down, working my ass off. I had nothing to lose. I picked up the gun almost on a dare.
You know what's funny, History Maker, is I've actually won an award for accounting. Anyways, not that I'm saying that I'm capable as both a janitor, a sysop, and an accountant. I'm just pointing out. Look, when I become emperor, it's all going to make a lot more sense. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say here. As for why people look down on janitors, there's a weird trend, which I'm pretty sure I actually do still have that award. Not here, though. It is at my mother's place, along with a lot of my memorabilia. The reason there's an old trend of elite, powerful people looking down on people who are not elite and powerful as a deliberate method of controlling the people who actually make things run and function. Cough, cough, monarchist system, feudalist society, tribal existence, yada yada. That has never really left human consciousness. So even to this day, people have a tendency to look down on lower jobs because of that, and that is why. Can you tell I'm shooting? Oh, nope, you're a friendly. Okay, we will not shoot your head then. I suppose I'll give you my theory about the hiss. Except I can't, because I don't want to spoil.
Dangerous out here, lady. Go see Chief Arish. He's just inside. He'll help you.
Okay. Yeah, only a commoner would get dirty. Which is stupid, actually, because anybody knows that someone who actually knows what they're doing has no problem getting dirty, if they need to. That's kind of how works. Yeah, no kidding, Svatoslav. No kidding. So, okay, quick story before we meet this person, or maybe right after. I don't know what this person is. Once upon a time, I was working as a network admin and at network engineer, excuse me, and we were having some trouble with the local janitorial crew, and they got fired as a result of this. Now, in fairness, they should have been fired. They were being really terrible. They were bad janitors. We had a period of time there where we didn't have janitors at all. That was a fun couple of weeks. Anyways, you don't need to be up there. Yeah, the toilets were interesting, and, listen, Nerozaz. It was the only way to save you. Jesse...
Hey, are you new? Go talk with Chief Arish in the security booth. He's in charge here.
I'll talk to him in a second. Jesse probably has characterization. I would agree with that.
Hey.
Maybe.
Chief Arish, FBC Security. Shouldn't you be in a safe room?
Die! Oh, I can't shoot him.
They all have HRAs. We're on the same side.
My name is Jesse Faden. I'm here to perform the directorial override to get the lockdown lifted.
Yeah, Chief Arish, FBC Security. I'm just... Oh, hang on, you're the new director. It's a pleasure, ma'am.
Let's skip the formalities, please.
Right. Faden.
It is Faden.
Look, as you can probably tell, it's a bit of a shit show down here. We've been holding our ground, but whatever's gotten into our buddies has them wrecking the coolant pumps and the power converters. The NSC keeps overheating, and my crews keep getting shot before they have a chance to make any repairs.
NSC?
Oh, sorry. Bureau jargon. It's what we call the power plant. You know, the big rumbling metal thing? Salvador, head of security, asked me to protect it in case of an attack. See, what's inside is dangerous. Dr. Darling seemed to know it would be a target.
Darling? He's here?
No, he came down a few days ago, before everything went to hell. He was out of it. Smelled like a bar mat. He was ranting about vulnerabilities and how he only had one large-scale HRA, but that he needed it somewhere else. Still, at least he gave us these personal HRAs before he left. Hey, did I mention that he was tearing his clothes off? Crazy dude.
Darling knew the hiss was coming.
Listen, I love playing 20 questions as much as the next guy, but we have got to get the water and electrical systems repaired before this baby blows. I'll have my guys unlock the doors out of here for you.
I'll take care of it. You stay and keep the hiss away from the plant if you can.
The hiss? That's what we're calling him? Oh, that's catchy. Oh, listen, the radios aren't working, so if you find my boss Salvador out there, could you please ask him what the plan is? I'm sure he will have one by now.
I'll keep an eye out for him.
He sure has a lot of faith in his boss.
Try to stay alive.
Yeah, no, I feel you on that, Hazardous.
What's your read on this?
I should probably mention, I'm more accustomed to being the janitor and the person nobody notices than I am being the elite, fancy pants person, but, you know. Fancy pants! Gotta say it that way. Alright, let's turn this in really quick. Collect reward. Yay. Infinite quests, apparently. Oh, wow. That's... okay. Kill enemies without dying. Sure. I'm gonna do it on purpose, Nero's ass. Just a torchy. So, okay. Once upon a time, I was watching an AGDQ. This is 8 years ago now. God, that feels weird to say. And there was this moment where there's this really horrible music playing. And he goes, like, right to the door before the horrible music would end. And he just pauses there in the middle of the speedrun and says, "All right, I demand money. Donations. Donations for charity right now, or I'm just holding the stream hostage."
No.
No, I'm not doing that linear, don't worry.
Adi is gonna be so pissed.
Ah! Damn it, why does... Hey Simon, got your message. Yeah, if someone in your sector is asking about Adi, just tell him you'll handle it and leave it at that. Under no circumstances should any personnel intervene in his day-to-day routine. I told you everything I know about him so you could deal better with his odd habits, but yes, it's still very much a classified matter. Also, I saw your report about the quarry worker who wandered into the Foundation. Detaining him was the right move. We'll figure out what he saw before we decide the next steps. Cheers! P.S. In case you hadn't noticed, something is up between Trench and Darling. I know this isn't your strong suit. Just try to stay out of it. Sure. We'll equip a level 2 mod. I totally should, as it is. Where's the break room? This is not what I would call a good map. Oh god, I can move while the map is up. Oh, that's disorienting as hell. Oh, I agree, Svatoslav. Part of the... I don't want to talk about that. Never mind. I take it back. This is a good... Alright, where am I going, Nero's? Apparently going to something called a break room. Which, I have no idea where that is. It's not labeled. And, there we go. Sure. I mean, all I'm saying is I'm not going to give this map a positive. That's just reality. I'm not sure if it's negative worthy, but this is definitely not a positive worthy map. Tell that already. That's bottomless pit. Ah, those are enemies. Dead enemies. Oh, that's fun. I mean, I gotta be real. There's a couple of really good Metroid maps. Literally 2, I'd say. So you're a dasher. And we're dead. Okay, so I'll admit it never occurred to me that this game has atmosphere, which I suppose is a weird sentence. Prime is one of them, Dream Whisperer. Prime and Dread. But yes, Jedi Fallen Order also has a nice map, but no, honestly, I would say that the recent Dooms have really good map design, too. I think. I'm pretty sure it's the Dooms. Because it's something, I swear it's an FPS, and I swear it's Doom, that we've played recently that I was actually legitimately impressed by the map. I might be thinking of something else, so forgive me. They really do like things to be dark in this game, don't they? Yeah, I think it is Doom 4, is the one specifically I'm thinking of. it's Nerazez. I thought I... Oh, right. We reloaded a save. I got you, Nerazez. I mean, so far my upgrades are increase health, increase launch damage, increase energy, and increased shooting something. I think it was shooting damage. Those are the only upgrades I've seen so far. Unless you made mods, in which case, I'll have to look at that in a moment. Yeah, so far we've had a grand total of 3 types of enemies, which isn't super great, but they are distinct, and that is good. In other words, as I often say, and as I often remind people, enemy variety does not just mean they look different, it means they operate differently. Ow. And so, you know, that's important. There we go. Jeez Louise. Oh, well, that one gets to live. Is this the right way? No. Oh yeah, someone earlier asked if we'll ever get Half-Life 3. I think that was Elizar, who's probably left at this point. So an extremely belated answer to your question. We've already gotten Half-Life 3. Twice. That's not a joke. That's not a meme. We have seen what the original Half-Life 3 was going to be. That was the written treatise that the writer actually put out of Schmaf-Life Shmee, or whatever he actually called it. So that was the original Half-Life 3 that was going to be. Epistle 3, thank you, that's what he called it. And we've actually had Half-Life 3 in the form of Half-Life Alyx. Because Half-Life Alyx is actually Half-Life 3. They are not calling that, but it totally is. It takes the story of Half-Life 2 and moves it forwards as a direct sequel to Half-Life 2. It's Half-Life 3. I don't care what they label it. Okay, so we cannot go into here yet. I knew it, Elizar. You left me! It's okay. I don't blame you. Why would I blame anyone for that? Alright, whatever. Let's go this way. Although I feel like this is where I came from. Nope. Okay, whatever. I actually managed a boomerang. Correct, Harian.
We need to fix this thing ASAP.
Problem. Nope. Couldn't fire, couldn't shoot. I was just out of everything. There's actually another job I worked only for about 2 years there. So it would be my 4th longest standing job. And that's as a manager in an Arby's. That was what I was working when I got hit by the car. Where the hell was I? This way, I think. Holy crap. Yeah, Twitch has been very twitchy today. Don't know why. Other than the fact that the AWS actually had issues earlier. I don't know why the AWS had issues, but the AWS had issues. I know this because I actually got notified of it because I'm a customer of them, as is half the universe. That's no. Yeah, the only way to become a manager is it's like, you know, you got to have the what do you got, the initiation thing. You got to hit by a car. That's how you become a manager. Hey, look, Nerazez. It's a thing I'm not picking up. No, I'm not actually that mean. Yeah. Come on. The safe object of power can produce a barrier using objects or material from its immediate vicinity. See OOP2 file for more details. Bureau Rangers were given permission to employ heavy weaponry against para-utilitarian bound to this object in order to gauge the barrier's durability. Velocity ammunition were tested with results. Testing will continue after The safe object of power is clearly a viable candidate for use in combat response scenarios. Allowing para-utilitarians to participate in altered engagements would be an advantage worth considering. That was a report from Marshall, specifically. I was curious. Clean up. Aisle, whatever this is. I want to bet these are lead. Yeah, Ati, I got a job for you. Well, this is interesting. Worst cleanup job? So I know this is really mundane, but I'm gonna go with those people who are shooting at me. That was the worst cleaning job I've ever had to do. Terrible job, really. Okay, I can't shoot through the concrete. Or the concrete. There you are. Come on through. Come on through. It's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna kill you. I was just assuming lead, because that's a pretty normal go-to. For good reason. Dense material. Horrific implications. And if Superman ever shows up, they're good to go. I can't think of the name of the term. It's a place where you get your hair cut. Like the salon, hair salon. That was the worst cleaning job. And I know that sounds so mundane and so boring. But have you ever cleaned up a hair salon that does no cleanup on their own? They just relied on the janitor to clean it all up? That was actually the first time I was like 9 at the time. That was the first time I learned about the multi-tiered cleaning concept, which is something I still use to this very day. For those of you who have never heard me talk about this, you don't go through and try to clean like a spot and then clean a spot or try to do a full throw. What you do is you get rid of the big obvious stuff first. So you get the first big giant pile of hair. Then you get the second wave through, and that's when you try to sweep up some of the latent hairs. Then you go through the third time to really try to clean the floor and so forth and so on. Oh yeah, no, it was a carpet hazardous. I'm not even joking. It was just a straight up carpet. And apparently their employees and customers didn't mind. I can only presume. I never interacted with any of them. I just talked to the boss, who paid me, obviously. And yeah, cleaning up hair is... No, it wasn't... sorry, I'm saying this wrong. They had tile floor, but it was a carpet. You follow? Like, there was so much hair when I would get in there that there was no tile visible. That makes sense. Listen, Trench is on the warpath about this Tennyson report thing. He wants to know who wrote it and wants to know yesterday. Whoever did is going to get crucified. I don't know if it was one of you guys, and I don't want to know. I'm not super keen on leading a witch hunt, so everyone, tell everyone in the sector to keep their heads down. Best not to be on anyone's radar right now, you know? I tell you, not even counting all the weird stuff we deal with, this place can be downright hostile work environment. Yeah, no, it is actually a hazard, and you're right. If I would never actually get myself I would never get a haircut there. That's ridiculous. But whatever, as they say. It's whatever. But yes, exactly, von Falkenstein. And yeah, that is probably the worst job I've ever had. Especially since it wasn't just a one-and-done kind of a thing, like some other bad stories I have. No, that was just every, I think that was a Monday, Wednesday, Friday job. So 3 times a week I had to deal with that nonsense. Every time it sucked. Alright, whatever. Yeah, what's really stupid, it's... As I like to say, I don't expect people to be as clean as me, because I am a bit of a clean person. But, like, it doesn't take that much effort to do a little bit of cleaning, you know? Like, just have one of those wide brooms and just kind of brush the hair into a frickin' corner, for God's sakes. Even that would have helped tremendously, and not been a fricking hazard. What the hell was that? There we go. The oldest house is a place in flux. Thresholds appear with no warning. What the threshold will contain is a question we can only answer once it manifests. The widely accepted theory is that thresholds are dimensions vibrating on a frequency different from our own. Probably resonance. With these frequencies matched, the threshold will manifest in the oldest house, which acts as an anchor. Others theorize thresholds are parallel universes, or possibly our own reality at different points in time. Some believe our collection of altered materials affects the house or attracts the thresholds. We do know for certain that thresholds are not permanent. Eventually their frequency will shift. Some believe Earth itself is just another threshold connected to the oldest house, which is actually rooted in some other reality. This theory, while impossible to disprove, causes in those who learn of it, so it is actively denied. Honestly, bathrooms are usually not that bad. I know that sounds strange, but, I mean, after you've changed diapers and after you've cleaned the first bathroom, it's the same problem over and over again. If that makes any sense, right? It never gets worse, it never gets better, it's just, it's a bathroom, and you're cleaning it. That's just how it is. It doesn't even take that long, too. Especially if you use some nice bleach, which I usually did. Now, we're reading reports that have been redacted, Savicon. So that's the in-universe explanation for the... That's the wrong button. There are, in fact, tears of bleach, yeah. It has to do with... So, I don't know what a janitor is, Eleazar. A janitor. Yeah, janitor pay didn't pay very well, no. Bleach can be mixed with only a couple of things safely, but the relevant point is how diluted bleach is. And you might think that it's just, well, more concentrated it's better, but that's absolutely not the case. You have really concentrated bleach, what you have is eye poison. So you want a good ratio of bleach to usually water. There are other things you can mix bleach with, but, you know, there's no reason to even get into that. Well, that doesn't work that way, I'm afraid, Eleazar. It's more like the other way around. People look down on them, and that's why they don't make much money. It's true with most jobs that people look down on. There are very few exceptions to that. Yes, concentrated bleach. I have actually worked with pure bleach before. I don't recommend it. I've only done it in very rare cases where it was a, you know, pretty much a site-specific, I need some no really to clean this up kind of a situation. It's not fun. It's just to put that as simply as I can. You need to actually wear no really rubber gloves and actually have eye protection on and all that fun stuff. And you want to have a, you know, an air breather. Not like hooked up to an oxygen tank. You want to have a frickin' mask to be able to breathe through. And don't do it for too long, and don't do it, and make sure if you get anything anywhere, you immediately come in, and blah, 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 blah. It was a whole thing. Yeah, it was legitimately kind of scary. I was a little bit worried the first time I was working with it. I've done it a couple of times. Yeah, industrial strength chemicals are called that for a freaking reason, as I like to say. I actually don't know any cities in Sweden, so I'm afraid I don't know which city I'd visit. I only know, like, 5 cities in Russia, and some of them have changed names. So I'd go to Leningrad! No, I'm joking, I'm joking. Really bad Mississauga. So, okay, don't freak out, because it wasn't humans. But usually when we pulled out the no really bleach, it was to deal with corpses. Where are you? Where are you? I hear you. Oh, there you are. Hi! What the hell are you things? Okay. So they're banelings. Got it. That's good to know. Yeah, dead animals. Exactly. And I say corpses specifically because anybody who knows anything about corpses knows those are very... I don't know how to use words here. Gross doesn't get it across. Corpses are dangerous is actually the way I want to phrase that. They are a breeding ground for all kinds of bacteria and bugs, which can spread things. And yeah, then there's the smell, and it's just, yeah, there's all kinds of bad. So we would bring in the no really stuff whenever we were dealing with that. Yeah, it actually worked. Holy crap. I was thinking they're banelings, right? So if I blow up one in a bundle, maybe that'll take out all of them. We're now up to 3 enemy types, by the way. Have much of a retreat platform here, too. Well, I've heard of Stockholm. I haven't heard of the other two, no. See? No, you're right, 4. Sorry. I forgot about one. I forgot about the Dasher. And Donner and Blitzen. Wait. Stockholm Syndrome is an unpleasant thing, which some people misattribute comically, which they shouldn't do, because it diminishes the actual real-life problem that Stockholm Syndrome is. I don't know if I'd call that out of character, Zach. Depends on the level of fear. Like, there's a difference between, you know, I'm worried about this and I'm going to deal with it, versus, you know, I'm scared of these people. Oh my gosh. The Hiss-charged agents are examples of extreme physical deformation resulting from Hiss corruption. Hiss-charged display an unthinking fixation on any non-corrupted individuals in the area. So we can see what Queen Vanessa's been up to. Once within a specific proximity, they erupt into a burst of focused Hiss resonance, so dense that it acts as a physical force. The Hiss charged is depleted of the Hiss corruption after this eruption. The host is left lifeless. This behavior may be adaptive response to the HRAs. The Hiss charged are designed to blow the devices off potential hosts, exposing them to the resonance. Is the Hiss capable of customizing a corrupted host's altered ability to this degree? Why is the physiology of the Hiss charge so dramatically different from the host's original form? Lots of questions, no answers. But yes, the super common layman's terms of Stockholm Syndrome is having sympathy for someone who has captured or imprisoned you. There's more to that I'd actually rather not go into, if that's okay, because real-life Stockholm Syndrome is messy and ugly and awful. And usually doesn't involve actual kidnapping. I'm working on it!
Replace the parts.
But Ahti! Okay, fine. Up there. It was the only way, Svatoslav. The only way to stop you! Your rebellion won't succeed. I swear it. No, Elizar. Beauty and the Beast just isn't well written. It's not, that's not its point. So it doesn't focus on that. The only people who like to think that Beauty and the Beast or Stockholm Syndrome is the aforementioned "is this innocent thing really terrible" group that we were actually talking about just yesterday, actually. Yeah, that's a good example, Elizar, of people liking to take something that is, let's be honest with ourselves, innocent, and try to make something out of it that it isn't because it's fun to be contrarian. Down here? Anyone else want to kill me? Okay, cool. Yes, also known as clickbait. A good word for it. Is Mario secretly pure evil? No. Is Peach secretly a slut? No. I'm actually amused that that let me do that. I wanted to stop the music. So I stopped the music. Yeah, let's pull up the mission here. What was that one? That was the trash one. There it is. What qualifies as trash for this? I wonder. I mean, I don't know if I'd call them the...
Trash. Did Ahti mean barrels full of hazardous biological material?
Apparently!
It's like I'm breaking some environmental regulations on waste disposal, but if that's what Ahti wants, then I'll get it done.
I will do anything he demands of. Anyways, but yeah, no, Terminator. So I like the idea of the Terminators. I do, legitimately. But I will also say that I don't think I'd qualify those as really good assassins. In fact, if you remember the lore from the original Terminator, which I know has been long since abandoned, one of the key points was that not only were the machines were losing, but it was too easy to detect them. Listen, the EPA... Hang on. Let's pretend that this is the EPA agent, okay? Hey, EPA agent.
My name is Dr. Pierce, lead researcher.
Can I leave this playing while I'm going?
Lead researcher of the...
Nope.
My name is Dr. Pierce.
Whatever.
Lead researcher of the parakinesiology department. I believe that I've discovered a Code Omega paranatural entity residing within the Bureau itself. Right under our noses. Darling refused to allocate me the budget or resources, so I'm taking matters into my own hands. Let this recording be the proof I need to convince them. The furnace can speak. It's been talking to me for some time now. Listen.
That's not voices.
Did you hear that?
No.
Sentient force, capable of communicating. I checked, and there's no record of ever installing this furnace. I believe that... Oh, sorry. What? Yes, I can feed you. What do you eat? I see. I'll try to find some volunteers.
What? No, Elizar. No. Just no.
The parakinesiology department.
Anyways. I'll just find... Maybe, yeah, it feeds on social... Actually, God, what is that? There's a setting somewhere where there's an alien race that literally derives nourishment from social interaction. Which is actually pretty cool. And now that I've said that out loud and reminded myself of that, I need to use that sometime. No, Svatoslav. Yes, I remember when Peach was a dumb airhead. I even gave a negative for it, Elizar. Now, we don't know what the Asari would do in isolation, other than starve to death. Yeah, I was gonna say, you like to think that a lot of people here probably went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I mean, really? Just from working here. I already answered that, I'm afraid, Elizar. Bad writing. Peach is written to be a really, really stupid airhead in Mario Sunshine. It's actually insulting. Peach is not that stupid of a character, I'm sorry. Negative to story. Like I said, we already gave that. Dear hey Bozer, get this. The accounting department still says they haven't received my expense reports. They said the receipts probably got lost in the mail tubes because of a shift or a threshold or something, and I don't have the originals. They can't verify my expenses for reimbursement, which is such bullcrap. Why do we even use these tubes if they just spit our mail into another dimension? Just venting here before I make a formal complaint. Actually, that's an interesting question. Can you just drop something rather than throw something? I've tried to do it a few times, but, you know, I just started playing this game today, so... Yes, Peach is so stupid in Mario Sunshine. It's a negative to this game.
That's all of them.
E. Okay, let's try E. Let me hit the E button. Fling! hang on. Let's try another use of the E button. Yeah! Let me hang on. Let me hit L3 here. Let's try here. L3. It's not doing anything. But Q does nothing. I tried Q. Q's doing nothing. Yes, Peach is so stupid in Sunshine. All video games get a negative. Oh, okay, this is what R does. That's disorienting as hell. It switches what shoulder we're over. I'm pretty sure, Elizar. I could do that without even... Oh, God, that's just... Oh, okay, we're gonna never hit R again. Let's see. We're gonna try a couple things. Nope. 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 I've actually never played Super Princess Peach, unfortunately. Hang on. First and foremost, more power! Sorry, apparently there's an ability to reset, too. There's a respec. What the hell is this? Oh. We don't have enough to... Why are you telling me I can do this? I mean, I can make spin. Or shatter. But I don't have enough anything to do that, so... Cool. Alright, so hang on. Let's try F. Holy moly! It worked. Yeah, F pulls out the gun, so... Okay, so we now have a way to drop things. I have actually tried to do that a few times before. Daisy doesn't really have characterization. Most of the characterization Daisy has been given to her by fans and players, not in the games. Listen, I do not... Okay. I've said this before, and I'll say this again. I have been told many times by people who know me in real life that when I am actually legitimately amused by something, it sounds really evil. I'm not admitting to anything. That's just the truth. Okay, so hang on. Oh, we can construct shadow now. What the hell? I swear we couldn't earlier. We also upgrade grip to get another mod. Well, let's try this thing. Let's try the shotgun. Alright, so hang on. Yeah, kind of like that has. Look at the gun as it changes around. God, that's just freaky looking. So there's the shotgun. Same recharge, right? Not lawful evil. Wait. Ignore that sentence. Alright, so what do we got here for shatter? There was like a shatter only. Reduce recoil. Increase accuracy for spin. Increase projectile speed. I kind of have crap mods still. Let's give us a rate of fire on that one. And over here, we're actually going to switch down to that increase energy gain from headshots thing. And over here, we can look at our new mods and see that they suck. And move on. Okay, that's just silly, Zactet. The only way to hear that line properly is in a musical. If it bleeds, we can kill it. We discovered the key. Something's waiting.
I need to fix this thing ASAP.
Yes, I still have all tier 1 mods on the weapons, so I'm just kind of whatevering on that. Okay, hello. Spread. Oh, that's not as much of a spread as I was expecting. No. Excuse me, sir. I have a quick question for you. Thank you for your prompt response. I mean, okay, Eleazar. If you want to do a serious deconstruction of the Mario games...
Go to city. Fix it fast. If the plant goes boom, we can go to spoon. The
then you're going to have to just look at the RPGs, because they're the only ones that have any actual work put into the writing of them. Actual effort is put into not writing the main Mario games, with very few exceptions. There's nothing to talk about, because no thought was put into it by the writers, right? Now, people can disagree with that. It boils down to the death of the author argument. But for me, if the author not only demonstrably, but admittedly doesn't put thought into their writing, then there's nothing to discuss there. It's one of the reasons why I never entertained the transporter discussions in Star Trek. Because the reason the transporter works that way is because they never thought about it. Deliberately, demonstrably. End of story. I'm not sure the ammo system is a positive. For me, what would push it into positive territory is if more of it was in my hands, if that makes any sense. Yeah, exactly, Sierra Mike. Don't mistake me. I love the transporters and I love Star Trek, but no thought was put into it. So what I mean by that is, let me demonstrate. Watch this. I've gone dry, okay? 1, 2, 3, full. I am not dry. 1, well, okay, hang on. Let me go as empty as I can, but you'll see the point I'm trying to make very quickly here. Almost dry. 1, 2, 3. You see my point? So a lot of games have this extra little bit of gameplay where you are encouraged to not empty your clip. And thus, if you're being more precise or more careful, you have a faster reload time, a faster regen, right? That is not here. There is almost no difference between the two, so there's no actual benefit to not emptying the tank, so to speak. And that's fine, that's not negative-worthy, but you get my point, how there's no additional gameplay there. There's no actual thought put into shooting, there's just shoot until you don't have anything to shoot at, or you need to reload, which simplifies the entire process. Make sense? Now again, that's fine, that's not negative. That's not negative, that's not how that works. But I don't think it's interesting enough to warrant positive territory. That being said, there's a benefit to having this kind of an ammo system. Most primarily because this means that the developers don't need to think about itemization. Now, that, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is up to you. But my point is, itemization in an FPS, which, I mean, this is a TPS, but still, there's a whole lot of design and thought and work that goes into that. We actually talked about this when we were recently playing Doom 64, which is a game that has a lot of thought put into the itemization. What you place where and how is actually much more difficult to do than it sounds for a good shooter game. The reason I bring all this up is if you're not sure how to do that, or don't want to spend the extra time and money doing that, because that is something that you'll have to spend even more time going over the level design repeatedly and doing multiple polishing passes in order to make sure it's good, instead what you do is you just do this. And you skip the process entirely, right? Point in fact, I'm pretty sure this is part of why Mass Effect 1 did exactly that, because the developers were not sure how to do that. They were RPG designers, after all.
Shit. What now?
My old enemy, the Glock, is blocking the pipes.
That's really gross.
He's very clever. He's trying to sneak in. We got him caught with his hand in the fish trap. Get rid of him.
Anyways, so to answer you now, Eleazar, now that I'm not just discussing a massive speechifying about itemization and shooters. But anyways, so Mario in RPGs. So in the RPGs, Mario is usually more than I'd like to admit, Sierra Mike. Mario is usually what I like to call the Mario. Now, if you've never heard me use that phrase, Mario isn't stupid, he's good. Like the definition of good. You might refer to this concept as the hero. Mario is not stupid for wanting to constantly help people and save people, because Mario does so unflinchingly and without hesitation. That's why it's the Mario. No, not stupid good. That's Goku. that's insert every anime and JRPG ever made. No, he is just good. There's no lawful, there's no chaotic, there's no other modifier. Just the word good. And it's very simple and very basic. That's actually one of the problems, is Mario does not have much characterization. He is simply good. By contrast, just about all the other characters, especially in the RPGs, get more characterization. Luigi, Peach, Bowser, etc. Clog complaint. That gross blockage in the water systems is back. What is it? Where does it keep coming from? And why the hell does Audie keep yelling nonsense at it? He acts like he can understand him. Of course, he acts like we can understand him, too. I guess it's just his brand of crazy. I'm going to try our new drain cleaner. Extreme strength. But word of warning, don't ever do that. Sora is more Goku. Let's just be very honest about that. Don't mistake me, I do like Sora periodically, but percentage-wise, Sora is Goku. He's stupid. Good, but stupid. Alright, so I need to unclog the pipe. Riku! I mean, Goofy! Where is it? I hear music. Alright, whatever. Okay. That needs to get out of my face forever. Oh my god. That is a mega grope.
What the hell is that?
Nope. Nope.
Oh, that's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen.
Shut up. Alright, listen. You're gonna irritate me. Irritate me somewhere else. Listen, it's not my fault. Their music sucks, alright? God, it's so gross. And it withdrew and... okay. Okay. That's... I will swear to God, I will carry that incinerator back to... Or that radio back to the incinerator. Nope, 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 nope. You ever had to deal with sewage so bad it actually causes you physical injury? No, Riku has nothing to do with Vegeta. Yeah, I was gonna say, this is when we call in the Terminators. The Warhammer 40k Terminators, sorry. Not the Terminators. Here, let's get you, since we haven't gotten... Whoa! Okay, never mind. I was gonna get a close shot because we got the graphics all cranked up, but we're gonna walk away from that. This definitely qualifies as the heretic, the Zeno, and the unclean. You know what? Yeah, let's just get dreadnoughts down here. Let's just commit to it. Sorry about the raspberry jam, but as aforementioned, there's no health regen and there's no enemies I can, you know, headshot for health. So speaking of being a janitor, Alright, down I go. No. This is what we call Omega Gross. This is what you use concentrated bleach on. Right here. To go back to the earlier statement. According to the progress indicator, I've got like one more thing to do. Maybe two. The quest is not done. We still need to finish something. Yeah, just get some straight up battery acid in here. Well.
Just hold together a little longer.
Busy doing work for the janitor.
Measure the pipes. Nothing more satisfying than manual labor.
I don't know, I think creative labor is probably slightly more satisfying than manual labor. Slightly. I mean, all I'm saying is that a situation in which the director directly works for the janitor, a good janitor, is probably a better setup than most. Alright. Freeze, Darth Trinius! Okay, Darth Trinius is dealt with. We're safe. Oh shoot, actual enemies. No! My one weakness! Alright, actual enemies, I got this. As soon as I find you. Wherever you went. There you are. Okay, that wasn't expected. I didn't mean for that to happen at all. This is just death. Oh god. Oh god. Yep. I did not want to be in close range of that, honestly. Where'd you go? There he is. Okay, so let's go this way a bit. Let's get a little more distance. Just a little. That apparently doesn't even have the reach. Let's switch to this thing. Okay, yeah. Let's see what these batteries do. Not much. Wow. Okay. Wait, did I get him? I think I got him. Okay. That was actually quite close. Yeah, I think it exploded too. And that's what did the rest of the health. So that was a His Trooper. Troopers are meant to be the first agents to enter unknown AWEs, thresholds, or any other preternaturally hazardous situation. They are heavily armored and heavily armed in preparation for the worst. As a result of their role, His Troopers have access to the heaviest armor and weaponry from the Bureau's armory, including military-grade chain guns and grenade launchers. In addition to their already formidable FBC-issued armor, the Hiss resonance surrounding these entities is dense enough to stop bullets. If forced to engage one of these, be sure to make use of any available cover. Also note that to the telekinetically talented, enemy grenades can be a welcome source of ammunition. Yeah, those guys sound like fun. The strawberry jam actually stays there until you get out of combat, Kira White noise. So, speaking from experience now, that negative is codified. Now, that being said, I'm probably only going to have the one negative. So I've noticed we do have an extremely small amount of regen. We regen out of the raspberry jam barrier, out of combat. Which is better than nothing. Oops. Bro, let me in. Okay. Okay, that's cool. I live through this encounter, remind me to turn in something! There are a few of these, aren't there? Another nice thing is the sound design around the launch ability. Listen to it for a second. Oh, by the way, this is why Force Push is the greatest ability that the Jedi have. Just saying. Yeah, of all the things that I've been kind of mediocre about in game design, the sound design is not one of them. I'm probably going to codify that positive. I mean, yeah, it's telekinesis, but in most of the older RPGs, it's just push, right? But you get the point. You get the point. Just for that, Nero says, I'm not picking up the next thing I see.
F.
Oh, yeah, speaking of which, let's go ahead and do this really quick. Oh, yeah, we need to turn that in. Let's go turn that in really quick.
Now?
Sorry, I gotta go talk to the board. I get a random... Oh, there we go. I get a random personal mod. Yay! Kill enemies with shatter. Sure, we're on that. Kill enemies in the executive sector. Well, you know. Yeah, I was saying Morrowind, I think it's just pull. I think you're right. Whoops, that's the wrong button. The Borg versus Godzilla and Cthulhu? Well, that's easy.
When the converters and coolant pumps are working again, we should be able to get this baby back down to a safe temperature. I hope.
Cool. Tell me about the hiss.
What do you know about the hiss?
Not much, only what I've seen. Well, they use the same tactics that Marshall and Salvador taught us, which makes me think that the hiss haven't completely erased the people inside, which is a pretty fucking horrible thought. Or they're just using whatever they find in their victims' heads. In any case, they are really eager to get inside the power plant.
Why do you think that is?
Shit, I don't know. They want to make my life harder?
What do you do here, Arish?
Security chief of the maintenance sector. I make sure all the weird shit down here doesn't bother the maintenance crews. Learned everything I know from Salvador. The best security agent this bureau has ever seen.
And you like your job?
I love it. You know, everyone thinks that maintenance is the lowest rung on the ladder just because we fix pipes instead of writing memos, but I gotta be honest. These are the bravest people in the goddamn building.
I mean...
I'm proud to work with them.
I've done a few odd jobs with these kind of folks. They say what they mean. I like that.
What exactly is the power plant?
Listen, I only know what Salvador told me, but I know it generates all the electricity for the Bureau, and it's got two very simple rules. Rule 1, keep it below a certain temperature. Rule 2, don't ever, ever open it. Oh, and 3, it's classified, so I shouldn't ask.
Sounds like secrets are standard operating procedure around here.
Oh, yeah. It's all part of the job.
What do you know about the service weapon?
Not much. That thing is director only. Salvador told me by the time he saw Trench use it. Sounds like that gun can do some serious damage. Yeah, I did see pictures of it once, though, and it looks different to that thing you're carrying. You modded or something? It's new.
Is new a good thing?
Given the circumstances, I'd say new was our best bet.
Do you know this Ati guy?
Of course. He's my favorite coffee break buddy. Dude has got some crazy stories. He probably knows more than anyone else around here, if you can make sense of what he's saying.
Any idea where he's from?
I'm guessing Sweden.
He's from where he's from.
No, Finland.
Look, there are just some stones that are better left unturned, you know?
I should be going. Try to stay
Right.
alive.
You got a lockdown to lift. I'll be seeing you.
Although Sweden is awesome. Not for that, just in general. Okay. Let's see if we can do this. What? I already told you. The answer's super easy. At least. I'm sorry, I'm being a dick. I apologize. My answer is the Borg, of course. But the problem is, any kind of versus question means you have to take into account interpretations. So I interpret the Borg at their highest level. The level at which, in my opinion, they should be. Which is absolutely goddamn terrifying. By the way, that's how they'll be in the Star Trek rewrite. Anyways, so you look at the Borg as they actually are, and you understand that what they are is really, really, really good at two things. Power generation and understanding things. Put simply, I think that if a Borg, for example, was able to assimilate Gandalf, that they would have the ability to understand, process, manipulate, and control angelic energy, and be able to affect the spiritual plane. So, yeah, no, I think they get that one. Anyways, now a Borgified Godzilla, that's kind of terrifying. But I suppose that's the point. How the hell do I get over there? I can't go through the door that leads there. Oh, hang on. What do we got over here? That's just those. Well, let's see if we can figure out where that is. Well, see, that's an interesting question, isn't it? Like, for example, Darth Trinius, imagine... I'm trying to think how to explain this. Imagine if your main power is to make people go crazy, but you can't make someone go crazy. They would be your ultimate weakness, right? It really does. I was thinking about that the other day, because I was doing some writing, I was doing some Trek rewrite work, just yesterday, actually. Or no, 2 days ago, sorry. It was Monday. And I was thinking about the Borg, and I was talking about, because this sounds weird, but the Borg, we had to discuss the Borg when it comes to the Trek rewrite before we even started, because they are such a large scale, such a sweeping thing, that you have to design the whole setting with the Borg in mind. Because they're the Borg, right? Ah, here we go. This is just a bathroom. So we've actually talked the Borg around several times, trying to make sure that they are, well designed, well written, and we don't just kind of cheat our way out of pulling a Voyager. Hey, you're the first person to notice about Wolfenstein. I'm probably going to trim it even further tonight, but I want to do that more precisely. That's a good question. I don't want to spoil it, if that's okay, Lune Ruth, but I have thought of a way to defeat the Borg. And I'm putting that in quote-unquotes for a very good reason. But yeah, Melkor Bloyd is correct. The problem with the Borg is that if you throw them up against, whatever, they're probably going to win. So how do you make that work? And that's why we've had so much discussion about it. Anyway, sorry, getting it back to what you were saying, it really does remind me a lot of the Necrons and the Nukrons and the stuff they've gone through. And I will freely admit that I took at least a little bit of inspiration from the Necrons when it came to designing my Borg. because they're cool. I don't need another reason. I've already been here. Yeah, I have already been here. Okay. See, I shot these earlier and nothing happened, so I assumed nothing could happen. Thank you for flat out telling me that, because I would not have figured that out on my own. I would have gone and Googled it. Let's see here. I know I only shot it once, but there was no reaction, so I automatically assumed... Oh yeah, this is the one I'm going to ignore, just for you nerds. I automatically assumed that there was nothing that could be interacted there with. Listen, Trihexia. The Borg are pathetic and terrible in Voyager. Let's just get that out there. Let's just be honest about that. I like Voyager as much as the next person. Actually, I probably like Voyager a whole lot more than the next person. But the Borg are terrible and stupid in Voyager.
So I just read this. Welcome to the Ranger Field Training course. The course must be completed in the specified amount of time. When you're ready to start, press the button. Is that all, or?
I always did love obstacle courses.
Get ready, Ranger. Course starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. "60 seconds remaining.
Wait a second.
15 seconds remaining.
This is kind of irritating.
Five seconds remaining. Course failed. Try again, Ranger.
Shit!
What? No, it wasn't. Okay, whatever.
Get ready, Ranger. Course starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
What's funny is I was going to comment. Anyone remember the beginning of Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare 1? There's a... See, now I'm doing crap, because now I'm irritable. There's a course you could do at the beginning, which is designed to set up your difficulty setting for that particular playthrough. Anyone remember that? I actually did this on camera a little bit when we were doing the lore run, but I like to just redo that periodically, just for, you know, speedrunner perspective, trying to get as fast of a time as I possibly can, you know? Grab this time.
"15 seconds remaining.
What gate? This gate?
Congratulations.
Okay.
Guessing this isn't usually part of the course.
Yep, I remember that works. That's in Modern Warfare 2. But, yes. What kind of name is Soap, anyway?
Need to hit it harder to break that shield.
I don't understand the question, Elizar. The same way they assimilate anything else. Have you never played that, Nalu Freedom? That's actually... Well, I do like concrete powers. We were just talking about that. Of course they're big, but so? In Star Trek Online, the Borg emit what I could only refer to as a nanite cloud on planets to assimilate planets. I mean, I'm pretty sure the Borg would out-adapt... Excuse me, the Tyranids would out-adapt the Borg because the Tyranids are the Tyranids. That's just sort of how that works. Like, it doesn't really matter? Interesting. Low on health. Yeah, it doesn't look like it would protect me. But, you know, here we are, I guess. Okay, that's interesting. Can I shoot through this? Nope. Okay. We're out. Peace. Game. What am I seeing? There we go. Peace. Yeah, this is the raspberry jam, by the way. And yeah, this is pretty bad. In fact, it looks like we're still in combat, technically, because we never actually killed those guys. So let's see how far away we have to get out of combat. There we go. That should be combat right there. And you see what I mean? It does regen up to the no raspberry jam point. That's why that's not multiple negatives right there. If that just stayed out of combat, that would suck. Anyways. I did, Nero's ass. I killed your OCD. Oh, Jesus Christ, Eleazar. Scanning, manipulation, injection of nanites, whose job it is to slowly and thoroughly take control of everything at the cellular level. Eleazar? I think that's the simplest way to put that. So, what do we got over here? More shield strength, more shield strength, more shield strength. But that looks more interesting. What's this, actually? Shield barrage damage. While holding shield, use evade, which I don't even have yet, to rush at enemies and knock them back. Requires the evade ability. 100% damage. And shield. Energy will recover while shield is active. I want that ability. It's a shame that's at the bottom of the tree. Oh, I want that too. Oh, I want everything. What do I want first? Let's get this first. Aw. Well, I don't know how to not die near this house, but I can kill as many enemies as I can. Yeah, triple launch sounds like something I really want. The object is a guardhouse brand home safe. Weight measurements vary. When bound, the object allows para-utilitarians to telekinetically gather items and debris from their surrounding. Discovered in the basement of the home of Ohio. The object gained rapid interest in certain online forums dedicated to opening abandoned safes. After months of failure, the owner attempted to open it with explosives. The object survived with no physical damage. Bureau agents were dispatched, now confident of its paranatural nature. Blood occasionally emerges from seams around the object's door. Tests confirm the blood is not human. X-rays taken of the object indicate that something is trapped inside, though the images are always blurred, which indicates the contents of the object are moving. All attempts to open the object have been unsuccessful. Gross. And, hang on, Don Crow. Where did that come through? Because I've been a little distracted this one. You know what, Aaron, I'll just check the log. Easy answer. There it is. I see it. AI the Somnium Fells. Stupid question. Is that already on the list? Because if it is, cool. If it isn't, well, we need to have a chat. I don't want to know what's in this safe. I really don't. It's on the list. Okay. Then thank you for watching my show, Don Crow. Yeah, sorry, spoilers. Ohio is actually the paranatural center of the world, so there's not a lot to be done about that. Okay, so let's see here. No, Florida is just where they dump. So, you know how we had Australia as like a prison outpost? Florida is that, but for aliens. Actually, Platonia is quite correct. Cthulhu is kind of just the well-known one for some reason. I'm not actually sure why Cthulhu became the well-known one. I've never looked into that. There's much worse in the Lovecraftian mythos. How do I get over there? This is the third time I've stared at this door like, this is where I get through, right? And I can't get through this door. Okay, that's cool. It is easier to say Cthulhu than, well, I don't know, Azathoth is kind of easy. There are a few that throw me. In terms of names. Cthulhu is adorable. And he is going to save the world. The worst at Lovecraft? Give me a second. I mean, Azathoth, I don't know, Azathoth is kind of the generic one. But I guess that's valid. It's just, you know. What do we got here? Sargeras could defeat Cthulhu, yes. Yeah, Shub Niggurath is just whatever. This one is mentioning Atlach Nacha, which I'm sure I'm spelling and pronouncing wrong. But, whatever. Alright, let's go talk to the guy again, see if he has anything new to say about how to get to that area. But yes, Azathoth is the moron. There's not really anything to Azathoth, if you think about it.
How's it looking out there? Crew feels a lot safer when you're around.
Yeah, we've already done all these. Okay, cool.
I should be going.
Right. You got a lockdown to lift.
Go get some peace.
I'm gonna go and admit that I don't know where to go at this point. Just flat up. Okay, that's just up. That's not gonna help at all. on. There's apparently a door called NSC Energy Converter. Is this it? So, nope, that's his elevator. I'm worried that Kira White Noise is referring to the door I've actually already been through. Because I already went through there, cleared out what I could, ran into a red door I couldn't open, and gave up on it. So here's the door that says NSC Energy Converter. Yep, okay.
I don't like that sound.
I like how there's a save right there, too. We don't even know what the Void Lords are, Eleazar. So... no idea. And if I'm telling you I don't know what the Void Lords are, then there's some mold in there. I mean, then we don't know what they are.
It's fried up. You need to fix it before the old Twig bats inside the plant has a shit fit.
Yeah, I've actually heard some people say that the mold is more of a threat than the hiss. Like, I've heard people debating the lore of this game, and that's a common thread that people bring up. I was actually just thinking that, Dakota. But I haven't encountered one yet. Oh, gotcha, Kira. Why not? That would explain it. Yeah, as I say, feel free to not spoil. I know a few things about this game, as I've already mentioned. Although we still haven't reached the one big thing that was one of the first things I learned about this game. I'm not even sure when it'll show up, or how, or anything. We'll find out, I suppose. Hi, Larian. I think you're right, Dakota. I mean, granted, I'm not really leveling the gun, and I haven't gotten the good gun mods yet, and I will, as per usual, try to branch out and see what I can see of it. But, so far, telekinesis is just better. I mean, even the ammo of telekinesis is near identical to the ammo of the gun, in terms of how many usages you get and how much damage output you can do before you have to pause for a moment and allow it to regen. In fact, I would be astonished if they didn't design the telekinesis first, and then kind of grafted the regenerating ammo thing onto the gunplay afterwards, when they were building this. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing, again. It's just not a good thing, you know what I mean? As I was talking about earlier, a lot of this game feels like they took shortcuts to avoid designing things, which is fine because it's not bad, it's just not good. I should also point out that so far the game has only thrown enemies at me that are weak to telekinesis and strong against the gun, so that's kind of informing some of my leveling design, which, if we're being honest with ourselves, is probably something they're doing on purpose. I can't wait to run into things that are resistant to telekinesis and see exactly how screwed I am at that point. And yes, Matt, sorry. Didn't mean to ignore your question. I mean, again, this is not an indicative statement, but the speedruns I've seen of this game are throw, throw, throw. Or launch, I guess is what it's called. And that's why, I'm sure. Yeah, the funny thing is, this game was made by the people who made Max Payne and Max Payne 2, which is just weirder the more you think about it. But, okay, you know, whatever. I do like how they give us multiple of these batteries, especially since they're such good weapons for telekinesis. The one I missed? Yeah, by the way, for those of you who don't look at the website, the next game we're reviewing is Max Payne 2. Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's one down at the bottom floor, which is why I'm carrying this down here. I got that one, so there's probably one further down. Yep.
Let's go lift the lockdown.
I know it's shocking, SJ. One of these days, people will know that I have a website. Yeah, they really like that, and this, and, you know, just... They did a lot of... There is a legitimately large amount of thought put into the destructible terrain and the psychic powers, but as I've pointed out several times, it really feels like that's where the budget went. To doing that. Which is fine, it's just interesting. I got that in here. Nope, I'm wrong. Because there's a thing. Okay, just for you, Nero says. Next game is Wednesday at 8. Usual spot. Hazard owes me $20. Arish is still on a winning streak. Someone please figure out how he's cheating. Thomas is suspended for a game because of that shady dealing incident. Guy has an IOU of $60, and I brought beers last time, so it's Epstenstall's turn. Yeah, no, I'm actually... I don't want to say I'm impressed, but I am with the level layout and level design for the most part. Even though most of it is designed around the concept of, well, shooter arenas. Cover shooter arenas, specifically. Which is weird, because while there is a cover, it feels extremely threadbare. Almost like it was tacked on. And yet the level design informs the aforementioned cover. I'm not even sure what to make of that. I would agree with that, Kira White Noise. This, in many ways, feels more like a sequel to... Whoops, wrong button. Quantum Break than it does to Max Payne. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, sometimes you want to just try out something new as a developer or a creator. I recommend giving Quantum Break at least a shot, my opinion. It's not that great of a game. I'm not going to try to lie to you about that. It's actually a fairly basic game. But it is fairly well presented, very well acted, and it has an interesting enough story. And I'm not going to say anything else because...
That's what we came here to do.
I mean, just spoilers galore, right?
So much is expected from the director. The responsibility, the privilege to steer the Bureau into dangerous waters and safely out again. To inspire and lead its people, to protect them. The board is there to advise you, but they want things in return. You hold all this in your old, trembling hands. I had to lose everything before I could see the Bureau is the director's life. There's no room for anything else. If the forces contained here escaped, we'd be dragged back into an age of superstition, terror, death. Assuming you think we ever really left that behind. Any emergency, any major containment breach, and the lockdown goes into effect. I implemented this security measure in my first years as director. I knew we were vulnerable. I'd personally seen the cost of sloppiness. I made sure the internal lockdown could only be lifted by a directorial override, only to be used when the director is confident the sectors are safe to be opened again. This way, the director is the last line of defense. And if I screw up, it's on me, and me alone.
See, why aren't my guns keys? Why isn't that a thing in Warhammer 40k? Oh, wait. So there's the research room. And thank you, Racecat, very much as always. I'll put that towards Yakuza like a dragon. Yeah, imagine if our
The other
blade
sector
was...
should be open now. I think it's time I told Emily why I'm here.
But...
I'll risk it.
But Emily's our
We should
enemy.
get to know each other.
I mean, I agree. Oh, no, I see where I am. I